There we go. Now I know we're live. The first one failed. Alright. Give everyone a little bit longer. We're going to try to join up this. As you can tell, you're being created by someone else today. That's somewhat on purpose, even though I don't have a figurine for what I wish was standing here for what I plan on now. We've got a little bit of a schedule change that kind of blew my head off with a shotgun. But hey, we're going to talk about that. But we'll talk about that as we go forward. So I am going to be postponing Final Fantasy VII for at least till after next week. Not like it won't be this week and it won't be next week because we've got something else we've got to do first. But we'll talk more about that as I know people joining in, and we can talk a little bit about it and go forward. And hopefully Darktide will behave a little bit better today. I don't know. It seems my internet's back to normal now. So, but I know you can't see me very well, but I'm not the breather of the episode today. Because this is the only thing with the ferocity, and I found this yesterday and had to buy it. This is the only thing with the ferocity that's going to match what we're going to be doing this weekend, into next week. Before, and then at the week after that, we'll do Final Fantasy. Because Final Fantasy has to hold for a moment. Please hold, because something else has happened. It's a bit more important. And it's like, well, at least in this case, especially when it has to do with the grander scheme of what I want, what I watched earlier, what I found out about, some things, some changes that have been made to a certain place. A certain company is actually going to survive this world storm of stupidity that's been going on. I kind of thought they weren't. But their new leadership has proven me wrong. And I'm so happy. And it's not PlayStation, by the way. I'm still definitely worried about what PlayStation is going to end up playing. But at least it gives me hope that overall, and I did kind of say this before, actually, it's funny. I feel like me and Tam Gang I feel like at this point we should just start a podcast that's us talking about the future. And I don't mean that as a joke, obviously, but sometimes I swear. But hey, it's because I had mentioned, and this is just a small tidbit of it. I had mentioned that I think we're going to reach an era in the video game industry where sadly there may be a point in time that if Sony don't fix itself, you see it recede back into the Eastern market only, and it leaves the Western market. And you'll get left with a certain someone who was the original controller of the Western market back in their heyday when the chiefs used to walk the earth. So, but alright, I'm gonna back up now. I'm gonna put him safely over here where I can put him down. It's gonna take me a second, so give me a moment. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move the mouse pad out of the way. It's not like the computer works anymore. For now. The only thing I need them to improve on, the people I'm gonna be mentioning, is their accessibility controls. Their stuff for like disabled and being able to customize the buttons on the controller like I do on PlayStation. A hell of a lot better. If they can do that, well, they'll have me wrapped around like a rope completely at that point. Because I will fully dip back in. Even though I've been a Sony fanboy most of my life, Sony has really disappointed me with all their changes, all the choices they've made, continues to double down on the stupidity, and many other things. Whereas their competitor has finally seemed to have leadership that knows who its market is. And I'm very excited. Let me move my PlayStation controller right now. Turn it this way so it's not going all sideways. I don't want to drop this. This thing is not cheap. Oh, come on. Give me another. There we go. Let's get it. He'll be up on the shelf behind me when I clear out a spot for him. I'm probably going to move some of my older ones. Oh. Alright. Whew. I want to make sure he didn't get knocked off. Because he ain't cheap. But for the price, even though it wasn't cheap, for the price I got him for, comparatively what you would normally pay for stuff like that, for that quality, pretty good. I will say, hold on. I will say the golden rule. When the game throws a blatantly OP boss at you, poo-poo it. Or just slay it. Just send in the Slayer. But yes, welcome back to Darktide, everyone. I'm going to load in and see what it does. If this gives me too many problems and their server is still being really chuggy and stupid, we're probably just gonna change over to Space Marine 2 if it gives me too many issues. You see how it already says, Fat Shark service, check your network connection, yet I have no issues with Space Marine 2 or any other game. Fat Shark needs to get their stuff together. Just like many do. Not for the same reasons. There's some more technical problems I think they need to really figure out. Because this thing has still given me issues, and if it still does today, we're just gonna move on to the other thing. Hell, I might start the surprise today if we can't do Space Marine till tomorrow. Alright. But what we will do is, if it does break, we'll just go ahead and have our discussion and talk about what I'm referencing.
A little air, please. I have no wish to share your enviable aroma.
That's not an easy one. I mean, if I go to lower difficulty, that wouldn't be too hard. I'll probably just do that one off camera. Because I have to go to a lower difficulty to do that, probably, and guarantee it. It's less likely for people to die. Because, dear goodness, on the higher difficulty, that's stupid and hard to do with randoms. Complete 8 missions, 4 monstrosity, yeah. So this one, with range, I might need to pull out Gary. Actually, most of these are pretty, I just realized, most of these are pretty bad for a Hive scum. I have to put my machine guns back on to do these. So those are that's gonna be a long, annoying week for the Hive scum.
Prove me
so I'll
wrong.
probably ignore those for now.
Return in glory.
Because holy crap. Considering melee is kind of its better thing unless you're using like the rampage build or what's it called? The I forgot what my skill's called. Alright, luckily it seems to be working right now. The event is over, so at this point it's just about trying to go for whatever we see is interesting. Recon indicates enemy concentration mission. Expect higher intensity of specialists. Heretics have seized the complex in one of the spires. This is normal. That one doesn't have a modifier. The rest are doggos. What's this one? Here's the thing that annoys me about these two different ones. These say almost the same thing. Except the only difference is there's just more enemies in general, right? But it's still specialists. I feel like when you have this version, it should be about the elites, not the specialists. Like the assaults and stuff. I mean, it has the assault symbol, for goodness sake. Or tactical symbol. Cuckoo can slap for over 1 million damage. Of course, I'm cuckoo again. I mean, yeah, but what's the best way to take out to send in a Slayer or the Chief? You know what I keep saying those two specifically. Like I said, I am very happy about the news I have found out today. It's like, thank goodness somebody has gotten smarter, and that there is still good leadership among game development and somewhere. Besides Steam, I mean, Steam's always had made their mistakes, but they've always been genuinely, most of the time, pretty good for consumers, pretty good for their player base, and know who their audience is. Most of the time, like I'd say 90-10, like 90% of the time, and then there's a 10% value that every now and then they do some very dumb stuff. But that's very rare. That's 10% is not a lot. That's very rare in comparison to what I feel like Sony's sitting at right now. But so we're gonna do a mission first, and then we're gonna maybe talk, depending on how well the servers hold up. We're gonna talk a little or a lot after this. So let's do. I feel like doing the Riser. This has a chance for grimoires. Let's see what happens.
See that you do.
If only it was up to me.
Also, you'll notice my new look for Icket. I gave him a blue jacket, some things that kind of match his armor a little bit. Gave him a little face thing that kind of makes him look even more rat-like as much as I can. So, not a lot of people on today, but it just looks like running around the ship, which is concerning. Still some toasters in this. There we go. Also, Teeth stands no nano chance against a fake cuckoo. That depends on what you give him, but yeah, you know, I'm a bit biased right now. Wow, no one? Literally no one. See, that's concerning. It does make me wonder, is it on Sony or Fat Shark's side that this is going on this? This is why I would like to see what the numbers are, like, for the PC side. Hopefully I'm joining in the match, but... See, even the loading screen's being a little weird. We'll see in a minute. I doubt it. Player looks. No, they're all bots. That's very concerning.
You on site yet?
Well...
Recon reports that we've beaten the co-conspirators to the punch. Should just be
Alright.
you, the Mobians, and some much-needed
good,
blood
Speedway.
Good.
It was had once. Now it's just a death zone. The fight for Turkey
I don't
was
even know what
decided
memoirs
right
look like.
here.
This is my first time even
First
doing one.
waypoint's
This
the
is
maintenance
technically
side.
possible.
Then you can press onto the transit hub.
You watch my back, I'll watch yours.
And just running around, taking the meander around. I don't know where the grimoires could be. Ripley joined the strike squad. I didn't know we were hunting casinos today.
This should get you across. My advice, don't look down.
The rod will
Nice, like an arbitrary.
end the blasphemy.
Leaving perfectly good tanks in heretic hands. No wonder a tow was going to the dogs.
Lost and ruined. The devastation here is worse than I was told.
Oh, ain't as bad as all that. Well, apart from Medicaid station!
Convinced him!
Convinced him!
I need to practice my speed. Yeah. Work out my reaction.
Track ain't powered, in case you were wondering.
Space Marine 2's actually helps with that a lot. Okay.
Quietly now. It's unusually foul! If only there was some protocol for this situation. I think you might snap. I find that it is important to maintain decorum, such as we are able. Dying with dignity is not much of a consolation prize. I expect it will be no consolation at all when the moment comes.
Maintenance side is just up ahead.
Etiquette. No. Only two of them, apparently. So they're probably pretty headed.
Drowning.
What was that? No, that ain't it.
Oh, I've been a case officer!
Struck with style.
Not yet dead.
You sure? You don't have to go jumping.
Oh, that's good. That was it.
Somehow, I'm not sure.
Jump before I could truck.
Clear
I
interrogator
should have ran at him.
Don't hang about. Get it done.
Oh, someone else. That freaked me out. I'm like, where'd it go? Thought it flipped out. Alright, I got it. Go, Ripley, go! I'll deal with the wannabe Xenos.
Watch out! Bomber! Dead and gone!
Dang, fire that way. Bomber. Got it.
Time to test our
Get in the data stream.
I need to get something for attack speed. I may have to rebuild some of my skill points, so I don't have to go through with them. Because I think I missed out on okay. There's a monster there. Damn! They're jumping before I can jump. Oh, I'm gonna go down. Yeah. Box bursters are acting a little bit finicky today.
Got one. Interrogation underway.
Almost there.
You fixed it. Got to admit, I'm impressed. We've almost got it. Looks like you're clear. Release the access gate and head for the transit hub.
Light your oil still straight.
Let's slide in. Get in there. Oh, I got it.
We should use that ammunition.
Any twin wars in here? Not that I see.
Group up, people.
To the elevator. Cargo and
I
cover.
see you. Watch your compound.
Don't any of you lot get ideas from this. We're still an army, even if this ain't exactly by the book.
We have a bomber. Check this.
We've got a box burster!
that needle from there.
Ready to burn!
Flamethrower coming.
I'm not bad. You're breaking my heart.
I have to turn my
Focus on duty, and we may prevail. Enemy shooter, in cover!
Sniper! Two-nailed and perisher!
Oh, we gotta catch him. Sniper!
Sniper! Nah! Gone!
You'll have to find your own path. Use your initiative.
It is broke!
We should go up!
Grenade! Taking a surprise attack!
Jeff, calm down, Jeff. Alright, where's it?
Cannot reload!
What is that? Oh, fuck. Too big.
Enough sightseeing. We have worked.
It's gonna go.
Ammunition!
Follow the tracks, but don't fall into the sub-rails. Got it?
Here. They're on the other side of the wall. Oh, got it. Out back.
Slowing down. Phil, served us right for recruiting a bunch of rejects, don't it?
Oh, there he is.
Bloody to the elbows! Well dead! I don't like it!
Not even dead.
This will be your last battle.
My regrets. My receptors caught a measure of the Omnissiah's song. It required contemplation.
At least you'd have died.
No, because I would no longer be able to experience his wonders.
How may I serve?
This is a miserable day.
But once it was glorious, and will be again. Time cannot weary the Omnissiah's works.
Even if you're right, we won't live to see it.
That does not matter. It is enough to know that it will come to pass.
Between you and me, Grendel ain't sure about you lot, but I talked him round. So don't you go letting me down, do you hear? My nasty side ain't something you want to see. Up close or at a distance. Keep that in mind, my love. See the payoff? We got here in time after all. All you gotta do is kick the ascension riser into gear, then you can grab what we came for and extract.
Alright.
That's it. You're moving. Won't be long now.
I should probably do purple against this. Because you can change what Marjorie plays from riddleness and voice. So if I do this, now I create riddleness on the enemy. they all dead. Damn it. Oh, no, I can't leave that work, are you?
Is this camaraderie? Intriguing.
Bomber down. Let's go.
Time to leave. Grab the payoff and get moving. Extraction's waiting.
Couldn't see Joker the entire time. We definitely missed someone. Do I know what they kind of look like?
I don't want to die because you can't keep them occupied.
Hard won't shan't kick us.
There's not one like hiding in the last minute.
Emperor, guide me! Please! Please!
Alright. Okay. The irony in that. We got a double barrel shotgun. That's funny. Alright.
It's pretty clear that there's more going.
Is that my only double barrel? No, I have two. So this is 76. Whoo! That is a way. Oh man! That is a way better shotgun. Let's go sacrifice this 120 for it. That shotgun is. That's the double barrel shotgun you would
Oh,
expect.
blessed Omnissiah, favor this tool
Oh,
of war.
well. That one is nasty. Double barrel, there it is. We'll sacrifice the 120. The 120 to it, nice.
I am certain you'll be back.
Alright, mastery. Bone Saw is still leveling up. It's still kind of new for me, so I'm still unlocking a lot of its stuff. Increase weak spot damage against enemies. Yes, this is the one I'm running mainly, because this one is the go-to for it. And then this one, because it's just hilarious, every 4 seconds eventually, and I'm gonna probably say 3.5 seconds at some point, I'm gonna get a 60% boost to the first attack in the chain. And then this just makes me laugh, because essentially while I'm hitting them, I'm making them smaller, which I think it means it's reducing their HP, technically. Which is why I kind of ripped through that Nurgle beast after I poisoned it a couple times. It was kind of hilarious. Decimator continuously chaining more attacks. That's like the best thing for this thing. What it does need is some attack speed, though. %, finesse for 8 seconds on enemy one-shot. So when I one-shot an enemy, I get a ton more finesse. Let's do that. I probably should get shred. Oh, I say that. Cleave for this thing would be pretty nice. We'll go cleave first. Then I want to the next time it masters up, I'm gonna be putting it into this. And then the needle pistol we're working on as well. This thing's perks are kind of to be fair. That one's okay, because at least when the poison kills something with it, it gives me toughness back in the background. As long as I shoot something and just forget about it. It is a good fire and forget weapon. You can just as you saw, sometimes I was just shooting something and then running away, because I know it's going to kill it. It just takes a second. This seems like a weird perk for this thing, because you're not necessarily aiming for the head with this gun. You're just trying to poison things, so I haven't been really doing much of that. Now that's okay. That right there is my biggest one, though. After using, this allows me to switch seamlessly between the two. Do some melees, pull it out, then put it back, and then do some melees, pull it out. And this increases its critical chance for the poison damage it does. That also seems crazy. It's such a small projectile, and it's not really meant to do stopping power. It's meant to just add damage to something. You see why a lot of these, I'm like, none of these perks are really good for it. See, that's okay. We'll go ahead and grab that, to be fair. And we're gonna level this up. Okay. Alright, so let's speed up before it goes in that does that bug. I need to go this way. Melee attack, critical strikes infect enemies. Replenish 1 toughness for 1 second. Every 1 second. For each chem toxin infected enemy nearby. We're gonna get that soon, but not yet. Not yet. I actually need this first, because I need access to this. Now, know what that says. Blitz explosion now infects enemies and stacks with chem toxin. You get 3 stacks for using the blackout ability, which is the original grenade. The regular grenade, like the flashbang grenade, the stun grenade, or whatever you want to call it. The rocket, my rocket launcher brings 6 stacks to anything it hits. Now remember, the rocket launcher's AoE, so this is 6 stacks to the whole room to whoever managed to survive the explosion. Now if I had the chem grenade, it's 10 stacks, but we also get 1 extra rocket on this tree, which is why I'm going over here. And then killing an enemy, an elite enemy with a melee attack infects up to 10 enemies within 4 meters of the target with 2 stacks of count. You can see what's happening now. I finally figured out a way to give him his proper, basically Vermintide nuke. think that not only, because technically in Total War Warhammer, if the initial explosion doesn't take out the unit, it leaves behind, you can upgrade it to leave behind poison radiation that will destroy the rest of the unit. So, it has finally becoming his true self, slowly but surely. Alright, still good on the mission, still can do one. This is the fun one. We could die on that one, but I do like this mission. Where'd I leave? Oh no, I skipped the campaign, so it's not gonna have that, right? Hold on. Like it's not gonna, yeah. I can do any of them because I skipped the campaign. This is more shock troops in general. This is this is the foggy one where it's a bunch of fog everywhere. Let's do this one. This might be fun. Just because I melee anyways. But yeah, while we're waiting for the match, to elaborate on what I was talking about earlier a little bit. I think Xbox is going to survive this storm of stupidity. Because it turns out their leadership currently right now, she seems to be very, very, very skilled and knows what in the world she is doing. And I said this before with the others. The others seem like they just want to drive the train off the cliff for the sake of driving the train off the cliff. And that's pretty disturbing for the gaming industry as a whole for a lot of them. But it seems like both Steam and Xbox might be able to survive this coming soon. And I do think that they are also planning for other things that wasn't elaborated on, but that could hypothetically mean that they might actually not go with a necessarily new generation system fully until they can get some certain things straightened out. And to be fair, it was even touched on, we're in a crisis of technology right now, and I know what they're referencing. They're referencing what Steam is making a lawsuit over right now. And it's like, I'm hoping this means maybe we might see Xbox / Microsoft jump into the pool with Steam on this lawsuit. I really hope so. I'm not saying that's going to happen. That is not confirmed by any means. But I'm hoping like that kind of somewhat statement.
Can you provide a status report, Agency?
At least from the technological perspective.
The smelter's working.
And then on software,
I imagine the strike team.
As much as I'm sad to say that this means that the Blade game that Tam King was mentioning has been canceled, but when I found out what company had it and what they keep the previous games that they were responsible for, kind of glad Blade got canceled. Not gonna lie, it would have been bad. It had been an absolute nightmare. So, good on that.
Priceless right now. On account of there not being much of it to be had.
But yeah, so good on that decision, along with many other cutting of certain departments, and I do mean lots of departments. And what we said before, remember I said the issue is management, right? Not the highest up in this case. She's doing really well now, it seems, but like management, like development, things like that. Turns out, and this is what baffled me in the statement, that right at the current way it was being held and handled, most decisions that were being made on certain games and things like that were going through 14 layers of management. That is fucking pointless. So it has been reduced to 4 to 5 at most, and where it's possible, it will be 3. Which, once again, why are you paying 14 different managers to do the same thing? It's like, So good for them on finally downsizing the stupid BS. Not hiring all these loony goons who are just here to push agendas and things like that. It is, we are in a place where I think finally we might see Xbox actually get its life back. And then yes, there are a couple of things they need to do to help facilitate and guarantee this success. However, judging by the decision making so far, I do have high hopes. So, plus something else I saw. Shortcut. Well, thanks to the rock. Oh! Rubber!
You ain't
Got
done
you, bot.
yet.
Get up, bot. Guy on a bot.
Need to keep fighting!
That's celerity stem. I can't use the stems because I'm a Hive scum, or I got my own. There's the door. Nothing in that box. Oh, I see the sniper. They get away from me.
Propitious timing on our part. The spiky ones may be more forthright than usual.
Don't trigger my what's called. No. I got Oh, crapper. Okay, got that guy. I'm coming. Alright, crapper down. Doggo.
Nine.
Okay, we got him.
Can't see anything!
Alright, no! It's hard for us, it's hard for the heretics, probably.
Probably. Actually, it is harder for them. It does make the enemy also not see you as closely. They have to be a lot closer, which is somewhat in our benefit. At least for us melees. One out. I hear a something whispering. No? What am I hearing? I swear I'm hearing a grimoire, but I do know. Oh, I see.
I see the ship mistress starting stepping up. You'll have her reasons, mark my words. A road ship in an agenda.
Go help. Hold on, I'm on my way. Keep up, bots. Keep up.
Sounds like a hound.
Doggo.
Hands
Yep.
crossed!
Just have the focus one.
So you may fight on.
Terrible. Can I tell them to heal?
Medication station!
Okay, I do not know what healing is. Alright.
Are you deaf, varlets, or merely incompetent? Call the elevator before it is too late.
Roger. I don't want to clear the room out, though.
Another dead sniper.
Be nice if the grimoires made those whispering sounds nearby, though, like the relics, or the what's it called you can shoot.
Sniper.
Something tells me they don't.
Sniper's out of it.
Now it's recovered screens.
Stand your ground.
now that I've got the extra thing where I've like and they're automatically poisoned.
So it's hide and seek there, is it?
He's over there somewhere. Our ogre left.
A scratch like that? Nothing.
Hold your ground! I'll flush him out!
Got the bomber!
Get on the elevator, bots. Bots, speed!
Keep moving! Let's make Morrow proud!
If only we had a proper facility to conduct this research. Alas, that I am constantly forced to make do with substandard resources.
It might be at least
No
one of our
offense,
video
Varlets.
games, like major platforms starting to feel. It's not PC related. PC, like I said, Steam has not really ever been truly in the muck ever.
See if I could get a transfer.
It, like I said, made some small,
Always
silly
figured you
decisions
for a
here and there, but
Just because there's
never
only
on the
war
level that we've
hereabouts,
seen in
don't
everything
mean we all
else.
have to fight the same way.
I'll guess. Good luck. The only way out of this battle is feet first.
Oh, I'm full of mine. What's the refill back there?
I'm digging in.
Well, it's just me, so now I'm gonna take a head hit instead. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why. Right there. Sometimes I get caught in the corner like an idiot. The rager is pushing me pretty hard. Once I get that other perk where I'm doing way more damage.
Keep your eyes open for snipers. They get everywhere.
Ain't right. Kill him from a distance. Unless I'm doing it.
Use the AI and you shoot these things. Well. Oh, come on. There we go.
Purge has commenced satisfactorily. Continue.
There it is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Drax says something. Bring it on!
Can you not go faster?
I hear
Wolford cannot be permitted to learn the secret of Modian steel.
Target armor!
Why?
Going!
Oh, the box will
Need some Medicaid. I hate to say it, but that's gonna leave a scar.
Oh.
What are you doing down there?
Don't you start laughing at me.
He's dead. Okay. Hey, do that too. Alright, what do we do with this? If I die, I lose.
Ugly little carcerated! Stop right there!
Where is it? I think it's down below.
I'm not wicked.
Oh, is it in the main area?
The voices. Someone stop the voices.
That's problematic.
Why did you duck? Haven't I warned you to duck?
Yeah, you're right there somewhere. You might find another way down to avoid that. Right here? Why do we end? Trying to avoid it and go around. Perhaps our player, maybe. Oh, hello! Oh, you want to all get this?
Swagger seems like
Yeah, I can pick that up.
I knew you'd say that.
Uh-oh.
You mean you don't agree?
I just know how you think that.
I mean, without player, actual players, I don't know if having a point.
Stop that up.
See! No!
Bomber! Drop him!
Where the hell is
Come out of play, heretics!
See? This one gets it! This one right here!
What did I do?
You're living life big and bold, that's what. The others could learn from you.
Oh, don't carry on so.
Never heard the Hive speak to the veteran have that kind of dialogue.
Ranger's dead!
Get this feeling, soldier.
Hey.
Here they come.
Oh, you reckon a bit of cover's gonna save you?
I'm getting used to you being around.
Well, you ain't so bad neither, for a guardie.
I'm fucking remarkable for a guardian.
Sure, seeing as you are
I like this guard. It's not my bad.
The way's clear. Ain't a loyalist between us and the inner bastion. Put us out.
Faster! Curse your flawed biological limbs.
I'm trying. Yeah, actually on time.
Let's flame up!
Not anymore.
I do lament the condition of this facility. Tertian's so-called administratum has proven itself lax time and again. Organics were ever thus.
Shotgun!
sitting around in a jail cell, don't it?
Oh.
Do you reckon we've seen the last of this accident?
Jump bot. I literally got the Toxbuster out and shoved him away. He's like, I'm gonna run into it!
You're just as bad as the
I went
other
in here.
Killjoys. You know that!
I don't say this often, but you're getting on me last nerve.
Ooh! You got face to go with that style!
Sniper!
Hogswalker's ready to blow!
I dodged it. My boss
Here we
is
go!
intelligent.
Things are starting to get a bit hairy.
So what? Wouldn't want to be bald, would ya?
Can't say I'm averse. A change of pace is as good as a rest, you know.
Oh. Oh, yeah, that was... Oh, no. That's, Oh, dead? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I gotta get this one up. Gotta get this one up.
I'm alright.
Get the other one up. Get the other one up. Oh, shit. Come on. Come on. Shoot the darn thing. Bro. Oh, shit. Yeah, this might be it. Bro, I do hate when the bots are down there. I do hate when the bots don't know how to avoid the hazard carry. It's like no one on today or something. No, that's it. Like no one on or something. Why is no one joining? I wonder if it's because the event is over. If that over didn't stay, we would have been fine. Man, that sucks. That sucks. Is chat working? Hold on. I need to check to make sure chat's not busted. Because it feels weird that I haven't seen anything in a bit now. Yeah, see? I knew it was busted. No wonder budgets were out of whack. Randos don't like waiting on can't take your sweet time. Sometimes you get kicked for this. I wasn't taking my time. He was ahead of me when he left. Like, and I was still just following him. So technically, to be fair, I wasn't really looking anywhere. I was doing the same amount of time we've done on every other mission. Sure, I was looking for scriptures a little bit, but I'm also technically looking for diamantine and plasteel. And the level that he was, he 100% still would be looking for that as well, with the fact that he was picking up some of it. So my issue with that is I don't think that's why. I think people are just, there's just no one on. I think it's maybe like, you see look how empty this ship is. I mean, there's a zealot running right there, but, and then there's an arbitrator there, but look how empty the ship is. Just a few days ago, this ship was loaded with people.
Really should speak about these
I think it's because the event's over. And since most people have probably leveled up their toaster by now,
then the rest don't matter.
Since it was the newest class, people are kind of just stop playing again. This is why sometimes certain events can't be too far apart from each other.
Tell me of
depending
your
on the
deeds,
cycling,
so
but
that
that
I
also
may
can be a
record
bad
them.
thing too. It's a double-edged sword. For
Your
the reason
redemption will
of
be a long
engagement and
road.
enough player base. And see, those are dozers, but that's like first one of the minute. But and it's it's usually not about the time, it's about that they die. So I'm pretty sure he went down and got pissed, and then didn't even let the AI pick him up, and just left him out. Because people can't admit their own fault when they're in their skill level. That's really what it is. It comes across the board when it comes to gameplay or development. Some people just can't admit they're terrible. It says 19K players are playing on Steam. Yeah, but that's Steam though. It's like even with my crossplay on, I guarantee you it tries to prioritize PlayStation. Or at least the best it can, since I'm on PlayStation. And even then, 19,000 is not a lot. I bet you a couple days ago that was close to the 30,000 or more. But how many bodies we were seeing on average in this ship? So, and the other issue is scaling problems. Like when you have so many characters you're trying to level up, sometimes you find a dead zone as well. So let's say all the toasters we were running into are all almost level 30. So that was 19, but it's like most that we were playing with were in their 20s during that time. They're probably at 30 now, and probably have orange equipment, and are probably playing on Heresy instead of Malice. Like, they're probably here right now at best. Like, I'd probably get more people on this difficulty, I bet. But I don't think it gets quite stable enough, at least especially equipment-wise. Level-wise, I think he's fine. But I think equipment-wise, he's not quite stable enough to probably hold his own in Heresy without me being a hindrance to the team. Because that's also something you don't want to do in a multiplayer match. Because most likely this is just going to get you left behind. They're going to just keep letting you die. Because you're going down too many times. A few times is fine. Like, I'd say the max limit in most competitive or co-op games. Co-op especially, since competitive is a little different. You're probably allotted maybe 2 or 3. That's being generous. But especially depending on the difficulty you're on. The higher the difficulty, you're given a little bit more forgiveness. However, the lower the difficulty, that forgiveness disappears. So for Malice, it's probably 2 downs at best. And then, like I said, with the person who goes down, some people just rage quit because they just can't handle the heat. So, yeah, it was 56K. Yeah, I thought so. So you see how many people stopped after they got their Skitarii to where they wanted it and had their fun with it. And like, alright, I'm bored now. That's just natural occurrence with any game. Even a good game. Like, that's how you know a good game's still good, because it'll have its bursts of popularity, and then it'll slowly trickle down. That's a successful game. Now, if it's like only out for a couple weeks and it drops to literal 100 people, as a couple of the examples in the video I was watching, talking about the thing we were talking about Xbox with the games that were coming from these development studios that are getting canned on Xbox's side. It's like when your game crashes in only a few weeks, and it doesn't just crash, it plummets to the pits of doom. It's like, yeah, that's pretty bad. But in this case, that's usually a normal successor thing. So with this game, because it is a successful game, it's going to have its bursts of tons of players, and then it's going to slowly meander its way back down again. So, but, you know, it does suck, but hey, it is what it is. It also could be the types of missions. Sometimes I wonder if the furnace is just a hated mission. We could try this one again and see if we can get something out of this one. I think we should. Alright, we're going to try the one Ascension Riser. The Darkness one is probably not a fun mission. Let's try Shock Troop Gauntlet on the Ascension Riser. So this is the beginning mission. No, hold on. Let's do this one. This might have some people on it. I'm not going to look for the Grimoires this time, though. I'll try. If I see one, I'll grab it. If I don't, oh well. I'm still gonna do the normal searching for, what's it called? See, even now it's still taking a minute. I do think that we might have to give Darktide a break for a while. It might have reached its limit for a little bit, which is perfect timing because of what we're going to be doing either tonight or depending on if James joins tomorrow. Wait, today Tuesday or Wednesday?
The heretics rely on the railroads. That makes them sloppy. Realign the auto-scheduler and redirect the sanctioned reductors target's train to Pleasant Terrace. Should be easy pickings for you if you play your cards right.
You should see the bridge from up here. Or maybe you shouldn't. It's a long way down over the side. Time to move. Head for the marketplace. You can splice into the auto-scheduler from there.
We stand ready in his glorious name.
Got a gunner!
Well, heretic!
That's joking!
Join the Hive, they can get the better of me.
He looks uptight, but he's dead sneaky on the quiet.
Join the war in Titan. Oh, what's nice there?
No way through above ground. You'll have to use the ventilation tunnel.
Get yourself that medicated, warrior.
We confess reluctant approval for your actions.
You're jealous! Go on, admit it!
Watch yourself coming out of the military space. You are bound to draw attention.
What for?
Maybe a possibly oh, we got it. Oh.
Receive the Emperor's mercy!
Go back to fucking ages!
Yes, son! Stop hitting it!
Yeah! Blood of horror!
I want this ghost!
Ammunition.
Bomber repulsion!
Why? Where have you gone?
Oh no.
Hey, Bobber! You want some of this?
Oh, come on. See, that's what happens when you sit still super low. We need to get in the elevator. Trevor! Upstairs.
Online. Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
They're going. Damn it. I'm big.
Connection failure. Error. Investigate. Redress. All praise the Messiah. Uplink is restored. Somehow succeeded in resolving the issue. As you were.
You will not last long like that.
Access granted. All benefits are now under our control. I like it. The Satan rejected target flight is over, and he has no idea. There's a hurry. You wouldn't want to be late.
My grenades are ready. Let's see how roundabout way of enacting the God Emperor's will.
Concern yourself with Radic's orders. Nothing more. You'll live longer.
We'll all be part of the God Emperor's plan.
Ranger!
Barrel going!
Right to the cook!
Play my eliminator!
Major is dead.
Celerity stem!
Oh, it's a ranger! Let's cook the ranger!
Protocol engaged!
Destroyed the beauty. Heretic cover is reducing liability of breach.
When my time comes, kindly do not leave my body for the heretics to defile.
Send me to the God Emperor!
Personality approaching. Accept.
Both were for me. Come on, you know.
There's a hound nearby! It's dead now! Protocols apply! Kill the runner!
Cargo roll marked over the end! Beauty! Medication station!
Come to me! Fire! The flamer is down!
We regret that your combat ability far outstrips your other traits.
Nothing to regret in that, unless you've given me a nod.
We have said all we wish.
Word to the wise. Watch your back. Vulnerable things back.
Who's upstairs? Oh! Oh no! This is where it goes out. This is why we can't separate, man. Well, it's literally one bar. Get upstairs. Get upstairs. Get upstairs. Oh crap. That's why he died. Oh no, not he died. No. Why would you run upstairs and then run into that?
Don't you leave me Don't run! Let me free!
Thank goodness the other two fought hard.
Why are humans abused so? When we fight for the same cause?
I picked up the scriptures. Someone got the ammunition. They don't.
The sanctioned rejected target is arriving at the platform of the
Darktide. That's why I have two missing bars.
No point in arguing. Down's the only way onward.
Oh, there we go.
Come to me!
Entering strike zone. We must face the corrupted
In order, killjoy! Bloody to the elbow! Just have an open mission! Get elbow deep to the party! Fix yourself! Well, you don't know what you're missing!
Protection cover! Very back down!
We've a shotgun!
Time to shine like heroes.
Get back here, you! Creating Bastion! Ready to
I hear the hounds are convinced.
God! Tap the door nail!
They must be destroyed.
Glory to the good Emperor! Death to the heretics!
Oh, okay. Now I'm going to get this stupid lost two rockets. And then trust me, that this level is committed today.
Apostates! Unbelievers! Burn, heretic! Come to show you the... Back down!
All the sanctioned rejected target. Now for the fun part.
Hey! Find truth in your...
Sonic
top forestry drops. They're both dead. That's it. Someone dropping shield. There, done.
Not bad. You're not gonna leave, of course, but please.
For the Imperium!
Emperor.
Alright. Might need to consider our equipment upgrade now that I've got a amount of what's called again. Got the bolt this one along finally. Combat axe. Yeah. Now that we're at 20, it's going to be even harder if most people are moved up.
Engaged in Sector 12. Knight Commander Dragor reports.
Tell me, what penances have you undertaken lately?
That's a good, like, this the Tox mask that a lot of the rats used to wear. But he didn't have that, so.
Come back. Or not.
Or
it
not.
matters little.
Alright. So combat axe. That's got 180 on it. That's got technically 380s on it. I don't count like 1% off. 79 is basically 80. So that's better. So we need to sacrifice the 220 blue combat axe.
Let us scour away old scars and awaken new purpose.
Combat axe, 220 blue. Yeah. I leveled up the combat axe mastery a little bit.
Departure logged.
Okay. Alrighty. Cosmetics. Let me go ahead and go through these real quick. So I like that better than the blue all over. I mean, the red doesn't make any sense, but I do like it looks more armored and spiky. We'll go with that just for a little bit of difference. It's mostly the top half that kind of mostly has to look like him. Yeah, no, this is still better. Alright, masteries. I did combat axe. This is his first time. That one. Oh, it only got one. Wow, he only gets one mastery point on its first mastery. Okay. Well, that one's done. Alright, so. Refined lethality. Do I want a limb splitter? Or relentless. Let's get relentless. It's more guaranteed. Nothing leveled up in here. Okay. So next, let's make this one. Let's get pocket toxin out of him. So now my rocket can do like the rocket does in Warhammer Total War Fantasy with it properly now. Oh, and my stim lab leveled up. Okay. I keep forgetting to use this darn thing. So I get less stamina usage there, more damage reduction. I've got 10 more levels worth of upgrades. Let's do this one. So I'm getting a little bit toughness. Now we have to be very specific on what we're going to actually finish. That's going to cost 9. So we're only going to get to choose one of these to truly dip into. We're not going to go with this one. We're going to keep that there. I might actually deactivate that to get some points back. Just because I don't think the cooldown reduction is really that necessary. But I think it's this one. So that way we can either go top left, top right, or bottom left. But attack speed's a huge thing with this setup, so I think we're going to go with that. And then now we have to decide, do we stick with that, or do I go up here and go with this middle one? Because this will give us finesse, and finesse is better for faster attacking weapons, because it's more of a overall crit chance and crit damage increase, because it's on lower damage based weapons. Okay. Alright. Oh, my legs disappeared. That's not a good sign. Probably, oh, I know why I did that. I was loading in the cosmetic. Alright, we're not doing the furnace anymore. No one really does that, it seems. We could do Shock Troop, Ascension Riser. I'm on. We need to do at least one more to try to. Hopefully, it'll take one more to try to get that other skill, and then we'll be set to maybe go up to Heresy. Oh wait, no, I wanted to. Hold on, I know what I wanted to do.
Oh, sorry, my darling, no can do. They're all on high priority, need to know assignments.
So we're at 250. See, this probably isn't the best with the bone saws. Let's see if we can get a better bone saw. I've got enough weekly to probably get one if I'm lucky, but I'm gonna check in here first.
Your word is my law.
There are no bone saws in here. Yay, that's terrible. That's actually not bad for a chain axe. Do I have one at all? I'm not using it right now, but do I have one at all? No, so I might as well grab that just to have each of the weapons to work on.
Engaging.
Since there is no other
purchase.
That. And then I want to go here.
Must you be so distracting?
1 of 1400, we're kind of. Ooh, wait, whoa, hold up. This one, how long do I have? 4 hours to get this? We only need 200. Do I have any contracts that are not done yet? I wonder if my rocket counts towards that, but this will get us enough. We do need to do one more mission, and we need to kill a mutie. We need to make sure we get the kill. Because if we can do that, this will get us enough for that. We have 4 hours to get it, but that is definitely it right there. Because that's not only... I mean, it's already at 340. It's at 84 damage, so it's much higher hitting. And it's 80, 80, 80, 80, except for the mobility. I do not care about the mobility. So that is absolutely a devastating bow. So we need to get that, and ooh! It's also a really good needle pistol in here, but I'm not gonna be able to get both. That one's already orange too. So I'm just gonna stick with this though. This is the more important weapon to us. So we're trying to get this one. So let's go.
Dear, dear, dear. I shudder for the future.
Alright, so what do I think we're gonna get the best chance of a mission? Probably this one. Let's go for it. Another ascension prize. Alright, now heads up to 1.4 lives.
I find that I cannot, O Lady of the Stars. I will
live, you mean like what they're
investigate.
Is that what you mean, or is it going live on the Tim? I know Vampire Boy's event isn't much longer, which just sucks because I've been kind of busy, so I'm still not gotten as many orbals as I would have liked so far. Oh, come on. I don't want to do this with bots. I may have to go up to Heresy. We'll see in a minute. If this don't work, we only need to kill a monstrosity. So really, realistically, all I gotta do is survive long enough to kill at least one unit. And then we're good. I think that's what they think is count as a monstrosity. Unless it's one of the boss things that we need to take out. That I'm not sure. Oh wait, someone's going.
Sorry to bother this gloomy old place. We ready to get this shot?
What is the meaning of this? Are you interfering with inquisitorial business?
Oh, quiet down, Elf. No one cares.
Your defiance will melt once Grendel learns of this.
You just pop along and tell him then. The rest of you, make for the maintenance siding.
Check your corners. Keep your weapons up. You got that?
You can cross here if you mind your step.
What's that buzzing, whining noise?
I have a reason to give you all the benefit of my experience. Lamentable to see valuable equipment abandoned
Diligent, sibling.
Loyalist! Give them hell! Healing!
There is something therapeutic about watching you in action, Groot. You are like a force of nature. Well, if something does, be assured I will avenge you in a suitably gruesome manner.
Sounds good. Demon up close by!
Oh, power's off, is it? No screams and dance into music today, then.
Avoid that. Don't go that way. Let's go down here.
We got trouble!
Down here. Jump down.
You should be approaching the maintenance siding.
Don't worry, it's dead! They're in cover! We'll have to get closer!
We are being watched, cretins.
Medical station! Yes, they are ugly.
I got it. That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I do. Got one.
Very strange. Now the train.
Okay, I was not gonna get it because it grabbed me. I should have dodged it and hit it.
Gotcha! Gonna flank that cover! Well, you gotta cover me! You asking for a favor? fighting around! Take the fight to them!
Oh no.
You don't want to talk this game?
Somehow.
Beauty's dead!
They put fire on the objective. And the heal.
I got plenty for it. Almost done. Try not to blunder now.
Sniper! Go down the Pyrrhica!
What is this? Rain. Right. Now on. Now all you need is the gates release.
Look out, they're in cover! Stay with us.
Come on, gang up.
Go there!
Are you really the best Grendel can manage these days? Sorry, Joe.
We gotta have that strong!
My indefensible mind tires of this drudgery.
Never known bodies make so much noise.
Heretics, they go nicely quiet once you kill them.
Not them. You lot. You're always rattling your bones.
Meaning what?
Always.
Technically want to go down.
Oh, beauty!
Oh, why is all this vicious going?
Here! You're not one of them exploding psychos, are you? I'm certainly trying not to be. Not really a guarantee of it. If it helps, I really don't want to explode. Wake him up! Urging! Real bad! Foxy bomber!
That's right. Great old Depot. Can manage that, I'm sure.
Oh.
They seem quite comfortable.
Would you believe this is actually more pleasant than much of my recent life?
Mine too! I suppose that's why.
You have a rough mind, sibling.
Yes, I know. It's very distressing. What? Where? I think so. I'm sure I remember that. We've got a first down!
Oh boy. Showing off who's coming in the region, also the factory update and gases. Yeah, the gases I'm not happy about. Freaking fracking. Hopefully that's still completing the mission we were there for. We just need to get that mission, I can get that bone saw. Well, the teams today, you seeing this, Marzer? What in the world is going on? We gotta use pipes to move the gases around. Oh, I know it's gonna be still pipes. There's only one other. It's the only other. I mean, unless you created vents, which I highly doubt. It'd be the only thing that would technically make sense that would still transport gas. Sadly. But I'm more. The pipes themselves are not necessary. Even though they're annoying, they're not necessarily the issue. It's some of the factories or the buildings that do the job. Some of them are so tightly wound and kind of somewhat unforgiving that they can be very annoying. And I did, by the way, do the survey they had, and I did put that in the comments of the survey. That I do think that the two different crucibles is freaking pointless. And also the crucible should just generally, not faster enough to break the game, I elaborated, just maybe even just a 10% increase in speed and how it works with the fluid would have been fine. It would still be slower than some of the previous stuff that you do in the factory because it is late game stuff. So I understand you don't want to make it too easy. But it's also so painfully inefficient that you need darn near 4 crucibles to feed one crucible that's doing a conversion. You need 4 crucibles leading into a purification unit and 2 purification units. Hold on. 4 crucibles into 1 purification unit, and then another, if you really want it to be fast, another 4 crucibles into another purification unit, sending it all into 1 crucible to create the hetanite, which was what I was using as the example. I think we have enough. Oh no, we didn't do it. Really? So is Monstrosities the boss? I wish I knew that. Also, completing missions would normally be done by now, but... Can I replace this one? I'm gonna replace this.
I'm sure I can trust your discretion.
Really. Replace it again. I don't care if it costs me money.
I'm sure I can accommodate you.
I can do that. Diamantine's a little more annoying to get to 200, but that is definitely more possible. Holy crud, either that or the, what's it called, will happen.
Well, we make do as best we can.
I gotta do a quick pee break, but I'm scared it's gonna freak out and blank out. Oh man, okay. Let's do this one because it doesn't have a special effect on it. Let's go for this one. Much as I want to look for
Sergeant Major,
and stuff,
I require access to the Strategium. Has it been attended to?
We should have the correct crypt key clearances in place, Mom. I'll get it confirmed.
See that you do.
Yeah, we're definitely probably going to give Darktide a break after this episode and The only reason why I would even continue playing it at this point is if I was going to play it with Tam King and James Zacharias.
Heretic agents are introducing pathogenic elements into the water supply. Heretic intrusion has been detected in Silo Cluster 1866A. This is the contamination vector. Expunge all intruders and restore the water supply. Make haste, varlets.
I think that's the team. I'll say in a minute.
Silo Cluster 1866A is best reached through the bazaar. You'll need an elevator.
I'll succeed where others would fail.
Oh, wow.
My shield! You won't feel a thing! Make it so
Reach out!
What will be?
First waypoint achieved. Continue into the Ragged King's Court.
Not out of this yet!
Unstable barrel! The corrupted ones
Down we go! close by.
Oh no, that's an inconvenient spot for that to be, but we kind of need to fight it. Who wants to start the fight first? Or should we have to go that way?
Hear the bridge creaking? Or is it just me?
Let me go around. Are we dealing with? Are we fighting this? We're fighting.
Where's the party? I was running! A party! Bloody to the elbows!
Quick! Control! We can kill it. It's dead.
He's dead! I'm gonna need a minute.
Oh, look, don't it?
Consider.
Come in! Load up and stand ready!
I'm ready! Work as a team!
Oh, we have a memoir. That's why we're not allowed to go beyond one bar.
Keep it up and
Keep down one.
Sudden elevator varlets. Expect resistance.
Let's open you all up, shall we?
Whoa, you're kidding. He just jumped in. Come on. I really made the game.
I don't like competition.
There we go. I saw it barely in the dark. Oh, here we go again. This thing is normal.
The Mickey really knows how to drop the body!
Where they all gone, eh?
We're gonna have some fun! Dibs on the next Medicaid!
Their numbers are reduced. Continue fighting. Target that ranger.
Don't be one of me on my bullet side!
Varlets. It is time to continue onwards.
Duty slain.
For a turbo!
For a turbo!
I'll take that. It's so good. Alright.
Silo Cluster 1866A lies beyond this marketplace.
Enemies approach!
You are disharmonious.
Oh, toughen up! You're embarrassing me!
Most beneficent emperor.
Oh, we have both what's it called now. Oh, this is gonna be great. Alright.
Coming in, bud!
No penetration will be acquired.
Go on, try to run!
Feels better to fight in the shadow of a hero of the Imperium. Looks like we're going this way!
Down, where are they? Go help us out. Watch out, flame.
Maybe I'm not getting through this undertaking.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oi! You pistons to get off! Get back here!
What?
Impressive, unblessed one.
Do you even try aiming?
Sure I do it. The sights on this thing ain't all they could be.
You should tell the tech priest.
No chance. I'd rather go into battle with a blunt stick than cross hair.
Nice.
Engagement range. Shots that are marked for destruction.
Daryl's got a boot!
Well done, varlets. Silo cluster 1866A is close.
Cam's looking for a meal! Mates! Someone killed a veteran! Oi! Killjoy! Stop snaffling the ammo!
We calculated that our need was superior.
Okay, I'm gonna go pick that up.
Follow the postmaster!
Keep moving!
Last part.
Big moto proud!
Step 1. Activate auto-cleanse systems. Step 2. Combo the demon so the process can complete.
Login!
Termination of corrupting entity concluded.
Metaphysical contagion in retreat. Continue.
I'm coming.
Gonna need help!
Alright, I heard!
Purge the final demonic matter.
One more. You can put a med kit by the door once we start the final part. Over there. On me. Over there, shoot. Oh.
Nobody's listening! Almost done!
To the door, follow me. Over here to the exit. Put the med kit down. It won't heal us fully, but it'll keep us alive while we go down at all.
Back down!
Acceptable shot placement.
Drop it. Oh no! Okay. Throw down the other one. Where's he gonna be? Where's he gonna be? Wait a minute, he died. That means our grimoire went with him. Damn it.
Hey, comrades! Help the soldier out!
You ain't done.
Oh, leave me free!
Yeah, they almost had both. Hold on.
Contaminants falling to within suitable parameters. Acceptable work. Extraction authorized.
Yeah, we were close.
Here we go!
Ah, we were close. Also did the survey, I also did the survey, that feedback on my end. Okay. Oh, that means they'll curl for the gases part of Darktide. They'll curve back the difficulty of it. Forgot the single bar of health. That's alright. It's hard to deal with the one bar, especially with Fox cursors. Ooh, a Curia. Almost 300 too. Goodness. That's rare. Almost 2 levels for the Fox pistol.
Through service, we atone for our sins.
Nice.
I would pray for you, if
if I thought it would change anything.
Must you stand so close?
Yes, so we have enough. Where is it? There it is. We double check it. Yeah, 80 damage, 80 finesse, 80 first target, 80 crit bonus. Yeah, that's a scary bonus. I just need to change his perks to do what I go after Carapace Armored and Kroner and Poxwalker so I can insta-kill the hordes. And then we need to put... I had Decimator on it, but I think I'm actually going to change it to the one that's actually supposed to be on there, which is the one that I do more damage to things that have Tim Toxin on it. So apply a...
Transaction completed.
Transaction completed.
Try to acquit yourself nobly.
Transaction completed. Okay, so let's put on our 340. Let's sacrifice our 250 after we upgrade it. Upgrade our current one. Oh, wait. Oh, not quite. I'm not 24 yet. What did that new one have? Toughness. I don't have a toughness one, so that'll be the one I can put on for 24.
Fear not the foe, for you carry with you martial tokens of the Omnissiah's blessings.
Okay, so we want to upgrade this. This one's definitely going to be sticking around with us, so I'm going to go ahead and take it to orange.
A new marvel is awoken.
Alright. And his mastery isn't high enough to get any higher than 340 for the moment. But okay. So we want 20% more damage to Carapace.
Interesting.
And we want... where are they? More damage to Runners and Poxwalkers.
It is done.
And then Blessing. Let's start. We'll make the top one the one it's supposed to be. How high can we go? 3. So yeah, refine liquid lethality. Actually, hold on. Before we do that, let's sacrifice the lesser one. Is that going to level it up? Not quite, but might as well go ahead and do that. Almost did. I would have been able to get a tier 4 almost out of it, but that's okay. That's fine. Alright, re-bless. So we go tier 3, refine that lethality.
The work is complete.
And then this one should be a tier 2 version of Decimator or one of the others. Let's see if I get the same enemy stacked 5 times. See, that one stacks 10, so that's 30%. Where that's... Actually, that's 35, right? 6 times 5. Yeah. I think. No, 6 times 5 is 30. So they're about the same. This just takes longer to get there, though. This is only 5. And to be fair, ironically, where it lacks the most is when it's fighting elites. So same enemy is probably better. Especially against Maulers and Ragers who take a minute to take down, so... We can do tier 3 for that one, too, so let's do that. Relentless
And what do we have here?
Alright, that's nasty. That's a huge upgrade for Ikit on that. So now, my next thing to do. I don't have enough weekly to get that other pistol, sadly. Let's see if we can get lucky and there's a decent toxin pistol in here. There is not. Tis not. That sucks. And I don't think in 4 hours I can have. How much did I need to get the one in here? I know we couldn't do it with Ickett. I'd have to actually go to a different character to get that much.
What now?
And limited time acquisitions. There it is. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I need 25.65. There's no way that's happening in 4 hours. So we'll just have to sadly pass that one up. That'd have been a really good one too, but there'll probably be a better one than that for as far as that one's concerned. Yeah.
Emperor protect you. You'll need him.
Alright, let's set up my cosmetics. I like this one better because it looks more like a lance tip. Oh, and I gotta put the plague bells on. There we go. Alright. Okay. Let's do our masteries. Oh, I did level up. Okay, maybe I can get this to level 4. Well, no, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we're not gonna have enough to get there on this go around. It'll have to be at 13 where it gets 3 more. Yeah, they're both at tier 3. Let's go with you. Let's go with you. Let's go with you. Then the next 3 will be 2 of them to level it up and 1 into bring it up to rank 4 for refined lethality, and then I can upgrade it. It's not that much more difference, like a 3 point something, actually 2 point something difference to get it up to 60, so it's not too heavy of an upgrade. 57's already really good. So you're both 2%, but that would make more sense exponentially, because that would be better at tier 4, because that becomes, and that's 8 times 5. I just realized that, so that's actually a lot higher than I did. But that's still more exponential, because 2% more times 5 is a lot more than just 2% more flat on its own. Like I said, that goes from 57 to 60, whereas this goes from 8 times 5, so that'd be 40, I think. So I think 9's 45s. Hold on, no, it's not me, hold on. My brain's not working today. I'm second guessing myself. I'm just gonna do it on the calculator. So, because obviously 10 times 5 is 50. No, that would be right then. I did it right. It's 45, or no, 40 rather. So that's a 10% increase just by a 2% up, because it stacks 5 times. Because that's 40, 9 is 45, 10 is 50. So yeah, that's right. I had that right. So that's a huge. That's way more damage increase than this one's getting in just one upgrade. So that'll be the one we need to bring to tier 4 first. And since everything else is at, well, actually I can do one there. Everything else is almost at tier 3. We'll bring that to tier 3. Bring this to tier 1. Bring this to... Actually, no. We would only need to do 2. So bring that to tier 3. Bring this to tier 2. And then bring that to tier 4. Oh, this was like right there from... I was right, it almost leveled up again to having another extra 3 points. It won't do anything till... Okay. So this one's not going to get it this turn, so... Let's bring you up. Bring you up. Let's just add an extra one. Let's bring you up, and I'll bring that. That'll allow us to upgrade you and upgrade you. Next go around. Okay. Now, this is the one that will keep me alive. This is what I need to maybe possibly do heresy now with him for sure. Plus that upgraded cleaver we now have, thankfully. Because this replenishes 1% toughness every 1 second for each chem toxin infected enemy within 15 meters of me. Now this is a maximum of 10 obviously. But when I get this, you see how that works. When I kill an elite, it infects at least 10 enemies around it with chem toxin within 4 meters of it. So if I kill an elite in the middle of a huge poxwalker crowd, this guarantees that this is now helping me stay alive until all those poxwalkers are dead. And since it's every 1 second, I'll get a pretty good benefit out of that before I take out of all the 10 that I infected. Then after we get all that, I am going to get this just so we get another rocket charge as well. So I have 1 extra to burn on like special bosses, especially daemons. I would like to use one of my rockets on the daemons if I have to, but I tend to try to conserve it for the big bosses, depending on the map or what the match is. So, hello Arna, how's your day, man? Slow day today? Somewhat. We can't be going too much longer because I gotta eat in between this stream and the next stream, which the next stream is a surprise stream. The next stream you won't be expecting. But I'm going to do a quick little bathroom break, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and get Tox Renewal. Then this will be the next one we get at the next level, and then this level. What level are we at? So we're at 21. We have 9 more levels to go. So 1, 2, 3, because I got to make sure I get this. 4, 5, 6. Oh, let me count that one more time, since I've lost count. I don't know if I counted this one in the center, because I need that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did 6, 7, 8, and we get 1 extra point. Probably either that or one of these. Probably this one. Because this, yeah, probably that. Because that gives me damage reduction if I'm full of stamina. And as my stamina depletes, I will go all the way up to I'll become a DPS freight train with less stamina, but I'll take more damage. The rest are in. So it'll probably be that. Hive City Brawler to give me that little extra final oomph. Unless there's an attack speed thing up here I missed, which I need to go back and look. That's backstabs. That's dodge. Sliding counts against dodging melee. That gives me more stamina. 15% close range damage for 3 seconds after a successful dodge. That's not bad. That's not bad either, but the other one's 20, and it's just based on stamina in general. Not me being good with my dodge, although, to be fair, the dodge is what we're really doing the most. So that's just more damage, that swaps weapons faster, toughness, while reloading, which is not important to me. We don't care about that. We don't care about that. We don't. That one's decent as well, but I still feel like that's still not as useful as either a flat 15% upgrade or 20 guaranteed upgrade as the stamina falls. And also this helps. I think it's still going to be this one, because while stamina's full, or when my stamina comes back, I gain a damage reduction, meaning making me slightly more tanky again. Depends on how good this keeps me alive. Oh, there's the thing. That probably broke it, but that's okay. Doesn't mind me. Just chilling for the rest of the stream and chatting about the thing I wanted to talk about real quick. And to hint towards what our special stream is going to be tonight. If I can get off here quick enough and get some food in me. FF7? No, that's not a surprise. Y'all know that's coming. That's been put off for at least one extra week next week. Meaning that next week we're going to delay, till the week after next. There's a reason for this. Because the thing that I'm going to be doing, I can probably beat it in a week. The first couple of days will be me getting used to my reaction time again. Making sure I have my boots on. And then after that, it'll be a freight train for the rest of it. Because once I get back into the groove, it shouldn't actually take me that long, depending on how long said surprise, and the length of its, I don't want to say it yet, but in the length of how long that surprise is. Because I don't think it's going to be that long, as far as I know. I could be wrong. Could be a whole nother freaking 15 to 20 stages. But I have a feeling it's 10 at max. Maybe less. But okay. Let me see, did that break it? It didn't break it this time. Maybe they finally fixed that bug, because there was a patch for it yesterday. That was going on. So hopefully that fixed that bug and I don't have to worry about that no more, and I can kind of finish off the 2 characters quickly. However, I am in a dilemma that I think I might need to delete. See, I can't delete Arknights or NMTE. This is what's going to segue. Let me pee real quick, but this is going to segue into my conversation about the choices, the good choices, and the successful change, hopefully at least so far, that Xbox is making that may save it from the storm of stupidity versus what's happening around PlayStation a lot right now. But 1 second. Be right back. Let's see if I can go get help with this. Otherwise, it's going to take me longer. But FF7's still happening, and just depending on how long the special surprise is, it might not be till the week after next, giving me a full week to complete it. Now, if I complete it sooner, we just jump straight to FF7 after that. Be right back.
hover like that. Some of us have duties.
Hey Zola, the ship mistress is getting touchy about your rejects wandering about the place. She agreed to placing the Morning Star at Grendel's disposal, didn't she? Agreement and being happy aren't the same thing. You know that.
Engineer KX, kindly explain the drop in reactor output.
I find that I cannot, O Lady of the Stars. I will investigate.
Alright, I'm back. Alright. Sealy, remember you said throwing yourself into Mimi's tail if the idol is a 6-star? Storage has always been a problem. 1 terabyte ain't crap no more. Yeah, see, you know part of what I was talking about already. It's like, the issue I'm running into badly now is like, I just don't have enough for certain games to run at the same time anymore. And here's the other thing that Sony doesn't tell you. I'm going to say this out loud and elaborate on this. Now, I'm pretty sure Xbox does this too, but it seems to be less detrimental on the hard drive than it is on PlayStation. So at once upon a time, I could drop my hard drive on my PlayStation 5 down to 100 gigs and leave it at 100 gigs. Now, I'm going to tell you something interesting that has become a problem. I don't know if this is on purpose or if they're doing this secretly in the background, because I'm pretty sure the Xbox doesn't do what I'm about to say on this point, even if they both do slowly degrade your hard drive to the point like every OS update adds a little bit more to it. But here's the difference. So originally, I could go down to 100 gigs left and it'd still run, maybe even below. like down to 90, 80, 70, but I can understand no lower than 70. 70's pushing it. However, it has now gotten so bad that my hard drive won't go below 150. So it is somehow locked in a reserved space for 150 gigs. That's a lot. And this is where I think slightly it might be on purpose. I think this is why I don't believe any of the numbers Sony keeps shooting out for these sales and this and that, especially after the atrocity of their announcement. And I did see a video from Indymon TV, I think you say his name. I call him Indie TV. How a ton of people have already begun refunding things. And remember what I said was going to be on that list. It's not just the systems. There's a certain game that's on that list too that we're starting to see refunds occurring as well, and canceled pre-orders. And I knew this was going to happen because you do not hamstring your player base along and expect them to care about what's going to happen to you afterwards as a company. So, that on top of, it is a bit sus that I was able to go down below 100 gigs originally, and this was last month. And remember what's happened in the last month. So last month I was able to go below 100 gigs. Now I am unable, remember I have a regular PS5, not a Pro. I have a regular PS5. So you see what I'm getting at. And it's a bit strange that in the last month, all of a sudden, my regular PS5 can't do below 150, which is strangleholding my hard drive. Because between NTE, Arknights, Darktide, and Space Marine, and I had to delete Marvel, by the way, just to get Space Marine on here, because Marvel was 70, which was about the same as Space Marine 2. They're both around 70 to 80. To keep it above 150. Because it seems like now when it knows it's going to go below 150, it literally won't finish downloads. It'll say, not enough space. So, 150 gigabytes, that's a lot. Usually preserved storage is allocated specifically for software. Basically partition parts in the storage. But 150 gigs is a lot unless that's not just for core software, but for others. I don't think it's any of that. Now, I do agree with you, normally core software and things like that is the reason why that stuff happens. But I want to note, Cam King doesn't have this issue. He has a Pro.
Just how did you find yourself in Inquisitor Grendel's service, Sergeant Major?
So you see what I think's happened?
Well, the way I see it...
See, I think Sony's gone off deep end, in my opinion, and is trying to skim off the top and skim as much as they can out of their player base as they can. Whoever is in charge is ruining this for Sony. Whoever they've got going and running all this, kind of like what was happening at Xbox before their new leadership said, we're done with this. And she just reapered her way through the whole thing like a commissar, which is what was needed. As I do think we're seeing, like, once again, management is always the biggest key to everything. It's always the underlying factor over all of the biggest problems going on in most of these companies. What, are they pulling an Apple or something? Probably. Planned obsolescence. But here's the other shitty thing about this. I'm pretty sure the reason why they're trying to do this is they don't want people with regular PS5s. They want them to either have Pro or to push their janked up price of a PS6 they're planning on releasing. Which they said that they're not going to sell at a loss, along with the other stupid announcements. This means it's probably up to $1,500 that console's going to be. At minimum $1,200. I doubt it'll be $1,000 because the PS5 Pro is basically $1,000 after tax. Because it's like $900, Now that the prices finally hit over here where I live too, I do think they start, and here's the other shitty thing I think Sony does, that I now have somewhat of a graph that I can use and compare it to. I think they start with Britain because it's a smaller market, and then they do it to the US. Because they weren't 900 something at first, the PS5 Pros. They were still staying around 800 at best to 850. But as of the last month, the 2 months, all of a sudden that price has now hit us after it already hit Britain. So I do think we're seeing the age of, I hate to say this out loud because this makes me sad as hell. Because I grew up on Sony, I grew up on PlayStation and absolutely love what PlayStation was. And what they represented. Which I'm going to go ahead and go back to the main menu because we do need to get ready to end this here soon. We'll come back to Icken in another episode if I'm able to. Because we're going to have to make some big decisions before I end the stream. Because obviously we can't get rid of Space Marine 2 unless no one's going to play it. My offset here is what I'm going to do to download what I have to download for our surprise. I have to either get rid of Space Marine 2 or I have to get rid of Darktide. There's no getting around it now. Because I can't delete NTE because we're supposed to do the tabletop thing on stream. I can't get rid of Arknights for obvious reasons. That's my only free-to-play I truly care about the most right now. So, I'm not going to get rid of that. So, it's like... So, I'm either forced into Darktide or Space Marine 2. And because we haven't got to try Space Marine 2 with Tim King and James yet, I can't really get rid of that either. But what scares me is I really hope James has downloaded Space Marine 2. I hope he sees this stream. He really needs to make sure it's downloaded so we can make our decision together. Because if they're not interested in continuing Space Marine 2 hardly at all, then I'll put that off for a little while and we'll just temporarily delete it again. Even as much as I would like to play it and kind of do some more stuff in it. If they prefer Darktide, then I need to keep Darktide over it. So my plan is at the moment, because it doesn't take me long to download games with my internet, my plan at the moment is Darktide. I have to delete it. So this today, at the moment, till things go back to a certain normality, will probably be the last episode of Darktide for a little bit. Plus the servers seem to be starting to quiet down. Like Farseer said, there's not a lot of people on, even on the Steam side right now. I mean, 19,000 is a decent amount. I mean, for a successful game, it is, anyways. But that was in comparison to 56,000 when the Scutaria was out and higher. So you can tell people are getting kind of done, and they've leveled up their DLC characters. They're kind of finished with it for now. They're starting to boil down a little bit. That slope is starting to go back down slowly again. So I'm opting into taking a break from Darktide for a little bit. Until I find out what's happening with Space Marine 2. So, see, I would assume that PS5 Pro is more optimized for data and memory allocation, but these optimizations are locked out of the base model, so the premium is better. See, that's what I'm saying. That's called pay to win, but on a console level. That means I am now being gypped because I don't have a Pro. That is literally what that is. Because I literally have someone to compare this to. I have Tam King, which has a Pro. Which he has a Pro. He doesn't have this issue. He's pushed his down as low as 60 and below. So in that turn, this means there's a little bit of scumminess going on in the background. Damn, so my PS5 is ancient now. Probably. I mean, most regular PS5s are probably going to feel this pain pretty quickly, pretty soon. Especially with the way the tactics are going with Sony right now. Which brings me to their competitor. And the hint towards our surprise today. Because it is July 7th. And I didn't realize certain DLCs released today. So, for certain games. So this brings me to, ironically, this goes to show you how upset this slightly has gotten me too. I will be somewhat inadvertently promoting Xbox on a PlayStation console because we're going to be playing one of their titles. So, I don't know about you or not, but my PS5 is the very first one. Okay, mine's not a first wave, not anymore. Remember, I lost my original PS5, but I didn't opt in to buy the Pro because I just couldn't at that time. Which slightly regrettable, but at the same, because I would have got it for its original, more reasonable price, which is why I'm kind of at a weird loss right now. We're getting to that point with me and gaming where, other than their competitor, Xbox, I'm starting to feel really like kind of just weary with the way gaming has been handled for so long. And it's like, and I do think a ton of people need to do this. Because this will force Sony to capitulate and do the same thing that Xbox has done. Because all it is they want to complain that they're at a loss, they're at a loss, they're at a loss. They're at a loss because they probably have as many stupid, redundant management positions as Xbox had. As I was touching on earlier, through the announcement that came out through the new leadership of Xbox cutting a bunch of those lines off so they can be more efficient. Tell me how stupid this sounds. So any game development decision that was going on at the Xbox side of the range had to go through 14 different managers. And the person who I watched brought up a funny joke that used to be from an old 1990s movie. I forgot the name of it. Where there's this scene where the guy from the movie sitting in the office or in the interview. He's like, boss, I've got 7 other managers I've got to go through. It was a joke. The movie was joking on how inefficient that office was. But then you look at reality, it's double that. It was double that at Xbox, apparently. So it wasn't just 7, it was 14. So let's say you needed to pass, this is just an example. Let's say you needed to pass a certain model past the management and say, oh, we need to get this model approved for the game and see if it's good and if it should be the final version. You literally now have to talk to 14 different layers of management to get that model approved. And you wonder why there was so much woke behavior going on, because probably half of that BS was those. So, and it's like, so nothing ever got done. And then when it got done, it got overruled by another one. And imagine how much money you're paying for that. Or they're paying for that. And then making you pay for that because you have to eat the cost as the consumer in their products because they're spending way too much shit on useless people. Yeah, my PS5 is the OG bulky one. And I wouldn't be surprised the thing is nowhere near as godly optimized as the newer base models. I don't even know how optimized mine really is. To be fair, I have a feeling they probably didn't optimize it that much different, even than the newer base ones versus the Pro. Because this takes away from the Pro. But and by the way, even that marketing scheme right there at its best, in old day Sony, they would have not made any more base PS5s after the Pro came out. So like PS3 Pro, PS4 Pro, when those came out, or PS3 Slim and all these other variants, when those were released, guess what wasn't made anymore? The moment those hit the market. Because it's redundant and once again a waste of fucking money that you will have to eat as the consumer cost at the end of the day to keep both running. But which is what it's put us at here now. Why they're forcing the mine to go down the drain. This should have been done ages ago. But what's even more shitty about this is being done while the PS5 Pro is now double the price it was, basically. Oh, well, maybe not double, but close to it. It's like, what is that? It's like, that is the stupidest thing in the world. That's what's going. That's shitty management. That's you need to fire a ton of fucking people. And so I'd assume the only reason my PS5 is still working is because it's a glorified trophy right now, not in use. Although I already lost one of two controllers due to the stick drift, which is another can of worms. Yeah, well, I have the solution to that, but that solution costs you up to almost $100-something to get, which is the Pro controller. I did at least bite into that because I was tired of that scheme. Which is, once again, still a scheme. We're going to call it what it is. That's a scheme as well. Bet they cannot put proper fries in the bag. Oh, I bet you they can. Even though that's probably the only job that some of these management types should be working, is behind a freaking cash register or flipping burgers. And it's like, and that's not even just management. It's like there are some development schemes there, like IGN jumping on the train and trying to make it sound like Xbox's fault, trying to make it sound like, oh, we understand you had to cut back, but why cut back all of this talent? Talent? All the companies that were fired and destroyed were making terrible games. Games no one wants, that the consumer for the video game industry does not care about. Seriously. If you look at the list, Kiln and Keeper and what was the other example? What was that? Midnight Sun? Well, not Midnight Sun. That's as old as the Midnight Sun. Midnight Forever or whatever it's called, with that female main lead character. I'm not going to say the other part of it, but that game was stupid. And then there's several Bleeding Edge, also stupid. Now, sadly, the Blade game that was on Xbox got cut because of this, because one of those companies that made these atrocity games had the rights to Blade for some reason, to make a game for it. You know how bad that game would have been? I'm going to put it this way. I'm going to say it nice as I can. Blade would have probably been wearing rainbow shades. You get the drift. Or been in love with Frost. I'm saying it like it is. Let's see, bet they can, see. By the way, there's rumors from insiders that due to GTA 6 heavily using AI architecture for NPC behavior. Oh, no, yeah. I guarantee you I can't even do 60 frames per second on GTA. I ain't getting GTA, though. I've made my decision. I ain't buying that piece of crap. Because there's also other things that are coming out about it that worry me greatly. Once again, Rainbow Vice City. This is what it is. Blade gets shafted and everything, lol. He does, sadly. I really wish we could get a good Blade game, man. But not the way it's going right now. It needs to be put... We need Blade to be in the hands of Insomniac. The ones that are making the Wolverine game. They'll make a great Blade game. Insomniac is champions. They're probably one of the few companies, even in the Sony side of that spectrum, that's still doing good jobs. I mean, look at Bungie and their atrocities and the stupid shit they've done. They're definitely dead, or should be dead in the water, like Xbox is treating all these other companies that behave like Bungie. But remember, Bungie's not with Xbox anymore, which they're probably thinking they're thanking the heavens for that at the moment. But I do think that we're going to see at some point there's two things going to happen with Sony. They're either going to have to capitulate, and you will see Bungie get chopped because of how much money they've lost, among other companies that shall not be named right now. And especially a certain big game about to come out. If that fails, I don't like. It's like, and I'll give a big shout out because that's where I finally got to watch some of his videos on this, and there's a bunch of other people. Well, like I said, I quoted IndieMon TV, was also a good person that I watched about going. That was for the Sony side of things that I watched on that. Is if this big game flops, Sony deserves to lose up to over $1 billion. Because here's the thing in that situation. This is the only way we're going to force Sony to restructure like Xbox has. It's the only way. They need to feel the tight grip around, metaphorically, of course, around their throat. The grip has to tighten. Otherwise, it's not going to stop. Yeah, well, it's not even just movies, Sealy. There's so much more to that what you're referencing. Like I said, if you want to check that out, look up IndieMon TV. If you type it close enough, I think you'll find the channel. But they're basically going Nintendo's route. They're trying to put that DRM bullshit back in there, and you don't really own your games. We're not going to make physical copies anymore. If we're going to jump down, and I said it before in the last stream, if we're going to jump down Nintendo's throat, we need to jump down Sony's as well. Is the woman in charge of Xbox is what I would like to call "fuck your feelings, we need money," which is what they needed. It is 100% what they needed. I think her name's Asha. Asha is right now leading the charge in Xbox to heal it. It is now on a healing mend. Also, some of the memes just make me laugh. Like some of the Reaper memes, having her dressed as a Reaper. Especially the one where it has these doors that the company's open and she's going in and out of the doors. And she's knocking on, I forget, the Halo Studios door. As it's closed right now. Because, I mean, I think that one will somewhat survive. Because I do think they need to restructure Halo as well. Because sure, the remaster and the combat evolved Halo is going to do good. But what we've seen as far as new Halos have all been... So it's like, and that's their poster boy. If Chief isn't thriving, Xbox isn't thriving. So it's like, but the meme is all these other doors of the companies that got chopped are open, and there's a rainbow trail leading behind her out of the doors. Because I'll say it like it is, and I don't care how bad people think that don't like the take on this. When it comes to a business perspective, woke behavior has no place in video games. It really doesn't. Not whatsoever at all. By any means ever. Because for one sake alone, that's not the consumer base for video games. It's the same example for Budweiser and what happened to them. You do not cater to a minority group that does not even buy your games at all, not even a little bit. They're there to virtue signal and to ruin your company because it makes them feel good. That is what that is. Let's see. Under Microsoft, Bungie was on a short lease when it comes to making the Halo games. Sony should have done the same. I agree. If they remaster Halo Reach, well, they might have to. That might be a saving grace for them. Because here's the thing that I think that at this point, and even Aspen kind of touched on this as well. I think what they need to do over the next 2 years, or start the process of this, is there needs to be a new good Gears of War game. There needs to be a new good, Forza's already starting to do this. It's already showing that it's becoming the best racer of all time once more. Halo needs to be put fresh blood in it and be properly revived. Because if Gears isn't functioning, Chief isn't functioning, Forza on the racing side isn't functioning, Fable isn't functioning, I'm naming off all the big ones that made Microsoft what they are. But Xbox rather specifically, but Xbox doesn't exist without these. These are their bread and butter. This is like, and even though I do think Final Fantasy got a little bit touched by this, not as much as some, but this would be like saying the same thing on Sony's side. God of War, look what happened to it now. I'm not fully against the new character, but at the same time, I do think it's a stupid decision to make. Like, let me put it this way. I don't fully jump on the train with everything is bad when it has a female character main lead, but you also have to read the room when you're a company. Does the atmosphere really feel like you should be doing this with God of War right now? Even if it's an okay character, it will die just because it's going to get caught in the crossfire. Because you're not reading the room. You're not understanding what's going on in the marketplace right now. That this alone makes it a disaster. Because I hate to say it, Atreus would have been accepted more as a proper main character grown up than what they've done. That's where everyone thought they were going, but they didn't want to kill off Kratos. And now they can't kill off Kratos. They literally can't. Because if they were to do it now, well, that's their Master Chief. That would be absolutely devastating. Which, in a way, you could argue maybe they're trying to with the fact they're trying to switch it over to a character that no one knew much about. Don't get me wrong about Faye. It's like I like the backstory of Atreus being Atreus' mother, Kratos' father, but I do think the better choice would have been continue with Kratos or switch to Atreus. But it's too late to even switch to Atreus, aka Loki. You have to be Kratos. It has to be Kratos. Sorry to say that. So I do think that game's gonna fail too. Even if let's say it is a decent, pretty cool game, decent, good game, it's not going to survive this storm. It's not. Same thing with Naughty Dog's new game. What is it called? Interstellar or whatever. Even if that game were good, which I think that game's going to be worse than the God of War game as far as what's going to happen to it. Because at least with the God of War game, the main character is clearly still, she was in love with Kratos. Obviously, that means that insinuates certain things and things like that. So it means that that's okay, or at least a little bit more acceptable. But if that's not going to survive it, Interstellar's hella not going to survive it. And then there's certain things that are going on in GTA 6 that I've heard about, that I now got to watch the video of. That astounded me to no end. GTA is the last place that I expected to see any of that. And the problem is deeper than we think. From what the other research I've been doing, from other people who've been covering this, besides asking, because I like to hit the spectrum with more than one person. That way it's not, oh, you're just going off of blah, blah, he's terrible, blah, 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 blah. Even though those people are the ones who are, but it's so stupid, because it's not just him saying, it's all of the gaming community. We all agree with it. All the other streamers who cover this stuff, we all agree with it. We're going in a direction that will literally destroy and kill the video game market. And it as an industry, actually maybe this time it might not come back. To the point of, or get so wounded that you have to live off of indie level PC games and get a cheap PC to play them until new consoles are born. Now, luckily, once again, Xbox is changing that for themselves. because Asha is doing a good job. She knows what needs to be done. Xbox will survive the storm as of the moment. But I don't think PlayStation will. Not unless they backpedal hard right now. Because they need to look at their competitor's choice and what they've just done. You realize you're about to be in the same place if you don't do something now. And you can deny it all you want. So many others have done the same. Look where they are now. So, you see, I'm saying a proper remaster with new content like in CE would be peak. There are so many events and battles at Reach. Yeah, Chief was on Reach, so you could have even a deal like a remaster and then maybe an expansion inside the remaster. And I don't mean like a separate DLC, but like an expansion inside the remaster, like you said, extra content, since they could do more with it now. And then you get to see sometimes from Chief's perspective and what he was doing. Well, I forget the squad's name. While the main squad of that's the main characters of Reach are doing their thing. And I do think those types of things was what would add on to the successful change that Xbox seems to be doing. Like I said, right now Xbox is winning. And I don't mean winning as like making more money. I mean winning as they are trying so far. I always try to say that because it's to be fair and anything can change at any moment. So far seem to be trying to remember who their consumers are, get their trust back in them, and revive their company. So far. So I think that would add, once again, as we said this too, that would add icing to the cake. Make it more whole again. Redo, like, bringing a successful version of Halo out. A successful version of Gears of War out. A better version of Fable out. Forza's already kind of sitting in that right now, because I do think the new Forza is amazing. But it was technically the only one sitting in that bracket right now, at least officially. So, did it tell you the new stuff that we discussed? Funny how when Sony posted stuff about the premieres of the new Spider-Man movie, everyone in the comment section was saying to fix their gaming branch, LOL. Yeah. Indie games by no means are bad though. Oh no. No, those are the only real successful gaming industries still left right now. All the big boys are on well, other than Xbox at the moment, who is clearly making smart decisions now. All of the big boys were on well, Steam I don't count because Steam dips into every pool. This is why Steam has survived this the whole time. And this is why I predicted that Steam would only be wounded at best, because they know and are smarter with some of their decisions. Well, I say a lot of their decisions. And also have one of the biggest indie libraries on the planet. Steam does. So, no coincidence there. But it's like, that's why they've always done good. And why they've survived all of this BS. That's why the biggest reference to video game success right now is Steam. If the numbers on Steam are terrible, then you can guarantee the game is probably going to fail. Or aren't successful. But if they are successful, you can guarantee the game will succeed. Steam right now is the melting pot. It used to be console, but now it's Steam. And what's funny, even though it's $1,000, maybe $1,100 for to get the controller as well, this is actually going to make the Steam box or Steam machine more noticeable because of how stupid the decisions around them are being. It's like Steam may have had to put their foot in their mouth a little bit, but that's because they were kind of forced to. And that's a whole nother bag of worms, or can of worms, excuse me, that's going on with the tech, which by the way, Xbox talked about that too. their leadership, Asha, also mentioned that in her announcement and release on X and all that. She mentioned that there is a crisis in technology right now. Whereas Sony's saying this, why are they not talking about this? Why have they not jumped in and kind of agreed with this? Because there is. The RAM companies are absolutely strangleholding these other companies and creating a monopolization that is destroying the industry fully. Just because they want to feed into their stupid ass data centers. Now, luckily, there are companies right now trying to make new changes to the way RAM is handled and compartmentalizing and compression tactics that are now being developed by certain companies who aren't those big three to put a halt to this, to basically end this vacuum that's been created, because there is a vacuum that's created. And this was said almost a year ago to 2 years now. I forget what video I was covering. I think it was from Legendary Drops. It might have been another channel that I watch about a lot of the gaming news. Might have been Bellar News. Could have been a number of them. But there was a mention and a prediction that has now fully come true that we need to stop pushing into Unreal too hard and AMD and GeForce too hard, because one, not only is it going to make every game feel samey, and because it's running on the same setups and engines and things like that, not only that, it's going to create a vacuum and a monopolization of the resources. And what has happened? So, this in its own right has now fully come true. It's Alex Jones all over. Indie games by no means are bad though. Undertale, Celeste, Ultra Kill, Binding of Isaac. Oh no, Binding of Isaac was used in the example as far as a successful game. Do you know how many people still play Binding of Isaac compared to those AAA games I mentioned earlier? Bleeding Edge and all the others, Kill, Keeper, and all these other games that were complete failures and were lazy games. Is the nicest way to put it. Do you know how many more people still play Binding of Isaac to this day? And how old that game is? Skyrim still has more numbers. Skyrim's still hitting up to 30,000 people. It's a single player game. This is also why I think GTA is going to fail, because multiplayer is dying. Multiplayer games are dying. They're going south for the winter and are being retired. Because the player base is not tired of the bullshit. Because now when you hear the word multiplayer, you automatically get this fear in your heart. Oh, how many season passes does it have? How many pay-to-win DLCs am I gonna have to get? See my point? And then that whole bureaucracy bullshit of that random company that who knows where they came out of nowhere, that I'm pretty sure is a shell company that was made up just to try to win their own court case. That one that was trying to portray that private servers are illegal. Which, by the way, Mahjong has private servers, which is Minecraft, and Xbox fully endorses Mahjong now. So are they gonna sue Xbox? Because Xbox allows this because they don't consider it illegal. Because it's not. If they were to hatch that in half, they'd lose their moneymaker that keeps them alive so they can make other games. So you see what's happened in the industry is too many cooks have gotten into the kitchen. Says 95 there playing Isaac right now. Yep. And it was higher earlier. It was higher in the video that I watched for Aspen when he looked at it. Isaac is a phenomenon, but so are a lot of indie games, because indie games have passion. They still care about their games. They make the game fun. They make the game engaging. They make the game a game. Like, and it's like, and the same thing with Celeste, same thing with Undertale, Ultra Kill, and all of the others that exist in the indie realm. Even EA allows private servers on their older multiplayer games because it still makes them money from players buying the older games. Yes. So you tell me how that company makes any sense when they're trying to portray that this is illegal. How is it illegal? It's only illegal if the company told you to shut it down and you did. And once again, these companies aren't going to do that because of what Farseer just said. That's making them money. Why would they shut them down? Or what money some of these companies have already lost, that's still their bread and butter to kind of buffer the losses they've had everywhere else. So, it's crazy. We can even see the Munich last night make Reach hit harder when the last UNSC supercarrier dying on the planet too. Yeah. Even EA allows. Already read that. Also, I purchased Binding of Isaac with all its DLCs like Repentance, which I believe introduced multiplayer. It did. All for $5 on Steam sale. It's criminal how cheap that game is right now. Well, that's also probably helping the numbers, but even then, I think even if it wasn't on sale, you'd still see upwards to 60. So let's drop it down a little bit and be a little realistic if there wasn't a sale. Even if there was no sale going on right now, I guarantee you it'd still be 50 to 60,000 people on that game. Just for the fact that it has multiplayer now and other things and more content, some extra levels and stuff like that. Plus, it's Binding of Isaac. It's one of those games that it's so fun to play. I don't really play it much. I've only ever played it a little bit. But there's a reason why, like, Libido and so many other people are obsessed with that game. Same thing with Celeste and the others. Ultra Kill and so many others. Because all of these games care about their player base. They want their players to feel engaged. Feel like they have to actually have a game to play that they spent their money on. So you compare that to Keeper, which is this, you literally walking around as a sentient lighthouse, just lighting things up and fighting the darkness. Which is a cool concept on paper. Don't get me wrong. But from what I've seen in the gameplay, it's a walking simulator. More than Death Stranding can be sometimes. That says a lot. And then Bleeding Edge and all that. That game just, it's been circling the drain for a long time, to be fair. It was always kind of on the bottom of the bowl. And I still can't remember for the life of me that other game with the main female protagonist from the other company. And there's like 2 other examples that I can't remember right now either. But it's like there were a ton of good examples that were shown. The Xbox knows what they're cutting. They know what cost them their money. They've realized it now. They woke up, but in the proper woke. Not in the normal term of the woke. I see $5 that equals to hours of gameplay, more so than a AAA game. Marathon asking for $70. And you know how little people are playing Marathon, or still would be playing Marathon, even if Isaac wasn't on sale, in comparison? Or Skyrim? That's another, because that's more of a shooter / hack and slash to compare it to. Skyrim still has better numbers than what do you call it? Marathon right now. Marathon's a newer game. Skyrim's like 15 years old or whatever. still rocking almost 20,000 people to 30,000 on a good day. You know how many's on Marathon? On Steam when that video happened? 3,000. See the big difference in that? Let's see. Not Marathon, the other game. I mean, Marathon's doing terrible as well. It's a good comparison. It really doesn't, like, all of them are good comparisons at this point. To see an to what's successful and what's not. Especially when they're catering to what's called the modern audience, which doesn't exist. Like I said, they're catering to a minority that never bought their games to begin with, and definitely haven't changed much since then. Sonic's going to end up in the same way. Sega's going to be in very hot water right now with what happened during Sonic's birthday. I'd be darned if you don't see them either have to do something big or they're going to lose all of their fan base. And I love Sonic, but I hate what happened to it. I detest what happened to it. It's like, stop pushing these narratives into my life that I don't give two craps about because it's a video game. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I don't care, like, as far as IRL. Everyone has their fights and da-da-da-da-da. But we're talking about a product. We're not talking about a movement or this or that or, like, a parade. I use that as an example specifically because of GTA. And what's happening in some of the things in that game right now is like I said, I do what you want in IRL. That is your prerogative. If you want to try to do that, you want to fight for certain things, whatever. Even though I do think this is another discussion, what I'm about to say for another time. I do think even in IRL, there's too much of it, and we're causing problems for too many people. And we're talking about the mass majority versus a minority. Because I'm going to say it like it is, me being disabled. Disability is a minority. Even though I do advocate for more disabled rights and us having more, we also are such a small few in most cases, especially depending on your disability. It is not an easy take unless you do it the right way, because there is a wrong way and a right way to get things done. You're not going to be listened to, and no offense, you shouldn't be. So I'll use my own disability situation. So myself, for an example. If I were to go out here and start creating riots and blocking up streets saying, you should support the disabled, I should be deserved to be locked up. I should be put in jail. I should be having everything taken from me. And the reason for that is that's not how you do it. Because when you're going out there causing strife and chaos to everyone else's lives, one, not only is this going to make you show that you don't really care, you're just an asshole, but this is also going to ruin your movement. No one's going to listen to you. No one's going to listen to someone blocking an entire city off or causing riots for you to try to say something. Instead, what it's going to do is going to create the opposite effect. It's going to force people to hate it more, disavow it more, and ignore it more. To the point that you will see, because there is this going on, but no offense, it's like, what do you expect? It's like it'll cause more extremism to happen as well towards that opposite spectrum. Because you are being aggressive and hateful with it instead of doing it in the proper channels in proper manners. No one's going to care when you do it in an attacking way. No one. Not a single person. You can try to pretend you're fighting for the good cause, but if you're going out there and you're saying you're fighting for a good cause, but then you come off like a hag of the swamp, No one's gonna give a shit. So, it's what happened to Sonic? You'll have to look it up. That's a lot to explain. It had to do with the birthday celebration, and they were promoting Sonic supporting certain things. But what I have a problem with that is I looked up something very much more disturbing beyond that. Canonically, Sonic is, because he never ages, even though technically he should, as things go on in his universe, he should definitely be getting older. But Sega recognizes, and this is not the problem, it's what is around him is the problem. Sega recognizes Sonic is basically 15 to 16 years old. So technically, by real life standards, he's a minor. Yet they are having advertisements and things, along with many other stupid things that happened around his birthday, him promoting the rainbow. I call it that to be nice. I try to at least play a little bit softball, but I want it to be heard as well. Because we all know what I mean when I say that. At this point, we all do. And basically saying, Sonic promotes the T word. Because I don't know if YouTube like the one that likes people like me saying the word. So, the T word and the G word. And I'm like... And think about, once again, canonically, he is a minor. So one could argue this is the same bullshit that's happening in schools where people are poisoning children's minds. That's a whole other subject once again for another time. But it is literally a problematic thing that is literally everywhere. And I've said this before, legally, what I mean when I say nipped in the bud before I say this, it needs to be dealt with. Within, of course, proper channels and proper manners. But at this point, we are literally having people breaking laws, violating personal rights, and things like that to try to support some broken narrative that at this point, because it's been shoved down people's throats so much, no one cares anymore. And that's, once again, that's what happens, like in my example, for if I were to do this for the disabled, which some disabled have jumped on that train, sadly. But they're not doing us anything, and I don't support those disabled who jump on that train, because that's not helping any of the rest of us. That's only ruining our lives more. And making it harder to get benefits, things like that we do actually need, because when you see, because a lot of certain disabled have roped themselves in with this same movement that I'm speaking of right now, that it is hurting the rest of us. And see, CA is an example of talented devs with terrible leadership. Every game they make have good gameplay, but was managed to hell. I agree. Now, I do agree that Warhammer is still mostly untouched about from a lot of the problematic tropes. There are a couple, but that plague the video game industry. Like Space Marine 2 didn't have any of that issue. Darktide doesn't have any of those issues. Now, it does have a little bit of technical issues and some mismanagement when it comes to pricing and certain DLC managements and things like that. That's not as bad as the other thing, but it is present. But I do think, really, if you want to know where I think the biggest mismanagement issue for Warhammer is, actually for the tabletop. It's actually for the ones writing the lore. I would love to see how many writers Warhammer has and how much over-redundant stupidity is being caused because of it. And I'm talking about the actual official writers. Because usually their better stories come from the ones that they basically outsource and buy stories and concepts from people, from the fans, right? Like when fans come up with a cool story, like the fan made, what's it called, they went big on YouTube for the Space Marine animations for a little while. That was originally fan made and Warhammer paid them for it. Those are the more successful ones. But as far as in-house writers, I would love to see, much like how Xbox had to cut a lot of the fat off the bone. How many stupid, over-redundant ones who cause a lot of the issues when it comes to lore issues, or ignoring a lot of lore, as we talked about before, of all the different things like the bug people that Farseer told me about I didn't even know existed. How come I didn't know that? How come that is not talked about? How come that is not promoted? Warhammer talks about we need new content, new models. You have plenty of it, but you ignore it. Because you allow only a certain few to control a mass majority, which is probably at the management side of things, when it comes to the lore writing of Warhammer. So I do think that's Warhammer's biggest my pet peeve with them, is more of how the lore is handled. Now what's funny is, all the better writers tend to seem to be making the lore for the video games. Where then when you look at the books, codexes and stuff, and once again the tabletop lore, where that stuff is terrible sometimes comparatively to some of the game stories and some of the animations and movies and animated movies that get released. Those are 1,000 times better than their own main product. There's a reason for that. It's because you know what they're doing probably? They're probably keeping all the ones that they think they should have at the main line for tabletop and codex lore writing and all this, but all the ones they think are bad writers, which are the good writers, you see how terrible this is, are being put on video game projects, short animation projects, and that's why those are all successful. So stupid. Welcome, Wizard. Welcome. And Seeley said, also notice how Sony promotes collector's editions less and less, but every AAA game always has ultimate editions. In the past, it was always either the base game and its collector's edition. Well, that's because they're trying to push more for less. Meaning they want you to pay more is what I mean by this, but you get less from it. In a collector's edition, this is also why they're trying to get rid of physicals. So don't let that be a fooling thing as well. That's also a part of the scam with Sony trying to get rid of physical games. Is, remember how once upon a time we used to get figurines? Even if they were cheap ones, right? I'm not asking for a sideshow collectible level figurine in every collectible box. That's too expensive. I get why they wouldn't do that. But it's like even the cheaper ones, some of them were pretty decent. I mean, I have my Borderlands one, which is scuffed up back there. You can't really see her. She's too far away. Of Tiny Tina. Now, sadly, it's of the one where they messed up Tiny Tina. It was the Borderlands that started to go off the rails. But even then, at least it still had a collector's edition, and you got something more out of it. Of course, the game itself was still Borderlands, so it was at least still fun to play at that time. So it's like, so it was worth more the money you're paying for it. Usually if you see something that's like a collector's edition back in the day, like $80 to $100, it's because it came with either a soundtrack, or not a soundtrack, like a guide, an art book, a physical art book, a figurine, and sometimes both, or all three, depending on the price if it was like closer to $100. But you notice they're not doing that, because they want you to pay that same price for nothing. For essentially, and I'll give you an example with GTA, they're now force-feeding this from the base game to a premium edition version. In the base game of GTA 6, you get nothing. You get half of your access cut off from most of the game. You don't get to use the shops. You don't get to buy this. You don't get to buy that. You don't get to customize your characters unless you pay for the premium version. That's unacceptable, because now they're not only taking away physical things they gave you to make your money worth the purchase, they're now taking literal gameplay mechanics out and making the game a skeleton for $70 basically. Like, you get nothing but the base story and that's it. That's essentially what it feels like with the list that GC showed me and everything else I've seen going on around it. You are paying for a skeleton with no skin, no meat, nothing on the bone. But if you want to play the full game, you wanted the full experience, you need to get the deluxe edition. And then on top of that, GTA or Plus, whatever the frick that stupid thing is called. So also the extra redundancy there. So let me get this straight. And this is where we need to really draw the line and why people need to be in an uproar more about all of this. Like, even more so than we're already getting. Like, we need to turn this into a freaking wildfire. And it's like, at this point, so I paid for internet here at my house to even get online on the internet. Then I gotta pay PlayStation to even play online, which is also a scam. They should get, like, it's like, that's also a huge problem for me, where that's a bunch of loaded bullshit. And it's like, I understand for the premium stuff, like classic games and things like that. Yeah, that being extra and being on PS Plus, okay. That makes sense. But not just to get on and play a multiplayer game like Darktide, which is a third-party company, or Space Marine 2 Online, which is a third-party company, and all these others. And now on top of that, as GTA 6 is the elephant in the room, the one who I think is going to cause this cascade. And once again, if this happens, other than what's going to happen tonight, that's kind of validated me quite hard. I'm going to be so validated that I'm going to be happy for a month. And the reason why this is I said this. So did James as well. But I said this before GTA 6 ever showed any of this. That I sensed that GTA 6 was going to be the downfall of all of this. It was going to be the beginning of the end. And the start of the chaos. Of the things that will destroy, at this point, if Sony don't realize it before it's too late, possibly Sony, and wound them so bad that they have to either pull out of the Western market or do the same thing Xbox did and fire, what was the percentage? 60 to 70% of their staff who are over redundant and pointless, who are causing all these problems. And I'm talking about from all their companies. Except for Insomniac. I do think Insomniac's one of the few good ones. Much like CA and much like some others on other realms of example. Like it's that are doing good. Like so far those Insomniac, CA, that's PC, Creative Assembly, and things like that, they seem to still be pretty smart companies, among a few others that are on that list as well. But the vast majority, Bungie and all the other stupid ones, need to be literally have the fat cut straight off the bone. More so than they already have. Like we're talking like double the amount you've already done. Because clearly nothing was changed with Bungie. Marathon still sucks. Destiny 2 has not really improved too much. There's no inkling of the future of them creating something better right now. Until that's the thing, they don't deserve hardly a staff at all, or any budget at all. If you are the parent company, you have to wrangle that in. Let's see, best writers are Heresy writers, currently Guard and Orc writers, and Dark Angel writers, yeah. I do think the Guard that work in the Dark Angels do have the best writers, and like you said, anything that has to deal with the Horus Heresy. As far as Warhammer is concerned, I'm back on that one for a second. But it's about to be $80 now with GTA 6 is showing people are willing to spend money on it. Well, that's the thing, they were willing to spend money on it, Sealy. I don't think they're going to say that for too much longer. This is why I recommend watch Indymon TV's episode on this. There's a ton of refunds happening across the board, and it ain't just GTA 6. It's after the thing that Sony did when Sony came out with all these stupid ass announcements that they released, and these stupid things they're trying to push upon people now. After that happened, I don't have all the numbers with me, which is why I recommend watching Indymon TV, and I guarantee you it's eventually going to get on Asmon's channel. Legendary Drops, I think, has already done an episode on it. And Bellar News, probably, if he hasn't, he's probably not far behind. But it's like, he was one of the first people to predict that Sony was going to ruin and hurt the market. Keep that in mind, too. Because Bellar News is from Britain, and it does seem like Britain is the punching bag. It feels like Sony does this spread in Britain or the UK first to try to gauge the water and cheat the system so they don't get in trouble, and then they jump into the American pool. But what they don't realize, America's in such a uproar right now, we're not accepting no BS from no one anymore. We're getting to that point. That we're like, you fuck around, you're gonna find out. We're done with all the jibbity jabber, the fake narratives, the virtue signaling across the board, whether it be business related, all the way down to politics, all the way down to the beaches of California. And certain takeovers that happened. That literally was basically a pit of animals. Now, thankfully, about 400 to 500 officers were deployed, and tons of arrests and people were kind of checked in that situation for the first time ever. It's the first time we've seen that in a long time from that state specifically, because we all know right now California is a cesspool full of stupidity. So, so that being said, for that, that's at least some inkling in the right direction. But it does show you people have had enough. We don't care what it's from. We don't care what it's associated with. The moment you try to hit us with that jargon, we're going to absolutely deck you metaphorically. In some cases, sadly, realistically. In the IRL spectrum when it comes to certain things right now. But so I do think that that's a massive, massive take on that. That's why I don't think they realize this is about to be bad for them. Sony, I don't think, understands. There's a reason why Microsoft is nervous. Why they had to get Xbox new leadership and why Asha's being so aggressive. They can see it because they live in it. Sony doesn't live in it. They don't know how bad it actually has gotten. They're just trying to cheat the system like they always have and think it's just going to roll over and be okay. They need to look at their competitor and go, maybe you should be questioning why they're not doing this. And why now they're even talking about cutting back on even going to the next generation of Xbox at this point. Yeah, that's a company who's scared of what's happening around them. They're scared of that it collapsing completely out from under their feet. Because they realize it's reached a tipping point that they either have to change or get caught in the crossfire of it and completely destroy it. And lose endless amounts of money at that point, because I can't put a number on how bad that would be. So, there's a whole thing with the YouTube censorship from the EU, right? There is. There's a lot of BS going on in the EU. I mean, EU gets, like I said, the EU's right now in a very rough place. That's a whole other can of worms to cover in a different episode when possible. But man, no, the EU, man. The EU. We may have our own issues politically and some of the things, like I mentioned, a certain takeover that got bodied by the law enforcement because of what happened there. Because it's gotten so out of control that we're literally now living in an era where a certain portion of the generation thinks it's okay to throw live fireworks into a crowd of people, and that's okay. And at the police. We're not talking about small fireworks either. We're talking about the ones you see at celebrations that cities do. Ones that have explosions that sound that if you were next to one, it'd blow your eardrums out. Plus the fact that if you were standing next to this thing, guarantee you you're getting at least second-degree burns. If not worse. That was here. Now, if you look at the EU, there's 1,000 times worse things going on over there right now. Not just video gaming. Video gaming is definitely getting hit hard there too. Probably worse than us to a certain extent. Because, I mean, they obviously do get Xboxes there. But they don't have their own in-house, in-country console platform that can pick up the slack and kind of backpedal to make Sony look bad. That's what Xbox is, I think, going to do. Because they're not going to fall into this trap. They've realized this is death for our company, especially the Xbox side of Microsoft. Microsoft as a whole won't go anywhere. But as far as the video game industry for Microsoft, they either do something or they just don't exist. Because we're finally gotten to the point that our voices are mattering more than ever. And this is why I keep telling Jam King, be careful with the numbers you're listening to right now with Sony and what they proclaim they're getting. I'd be willing to bet with all the other skimmy stuff that they're doing that it is not above them to push these numbers up and lie about them. Wholeheartedly, straight to your face. Because we live in that era. We need to stop giving too much benefit of the doubt. And pretending that no, they can't do that. That's not possible. Why can't they do that? They control the numbers to begin with. It's their system and their databases. Why is that an impossibility? It's like, so... And see, I told Farseer this. They were doing good, but then all of a sudden this. Sheesh. That's because I think they're doubling down. Now, I do think, once again, offset of a bunch of extra, even though it doesn't excuse someone's decisions, there's a lot that plays into a lot of other stuff too, like once again the RAM companies chokeholding all these other companies, making prices skyrocket for hardware across the board. That's also a massive problem, and that needs to be dealt with next. Like I said, this AI data center thing is a freaking huge problem. Because these AI are not being used for good. And I don't mean like good like is it the light in the dark. No, I mean good as in even anything that's useful. Most of them are probably being used for scams, probably like majority of them. And others are being used to create fake videos on internets and manipulation of narratives and all kinds of bullshit. And also stealing people's info. This is a huge problem. And most of these companies, there are a few that are in-house or from the country that the company is from. Or in, rather. But majority aren't in most cases, especially for the West. Because I'll say it as an example for that, but I'm not going to go deep into that one. We talked about that in a different episode. You don't see this happening in China's AI centers and what they're doing with AI. They're making theirs more efficient by the day, finding ways for better compression, things like this, things like that. The West isn't. The West is plagued by foreign nations with AI companies in here that are polluting the waters. And literally in some cases, if you get that joke, literally And I do mean literally. The 3 companies making the RAM are being sued for monopoly stuff because they are pricing out consumer parts for PC builders. Correct? Yes. Steam is the headway on that right now, but we need more companies to jump in this. But once again, Xbox talked about this. Asha talked about this in her release on X. If you want the full breakdown, I would recommend once again watching one of the other videos on this as well, not just mine, because I don't have a way of showing this, because my computer is dead, so I can't do vlogs right now, sad face, and actually show some of this stuff physically right now. But like I said, check out Asmon Gold's channel, or his TV channel, Asmon Gold TV, for his YouTube. I don't know if that's the same for, I think that's his Twitch channel name as well, but check out Legendary Drops, Bellar News, IndieMon TV for all of these things. Now, the ones I mentioned after Asmon focus more on the video game industry, but it doesn't make what Asmon has covered any less important. All of the voices are important at this point, because without those voices, we'd be living in a world where right now, you and I wouldn't be allowed to play video games at some point. It's like Dan King said, they want it to basically be a 1% thing. They want gaming to be only for the rich. But what's stupid about that is there's not a big enough market in only the rich, or yeah, I guess you call that the 1% hashtag. That's not a big enough market to sustain any company at all on anything. So this is why a lot of these video game companies are idiots if they do not sue the RAM companies. Because they don't get anything out of this. They're not getting the money these RAM companies are getting from these AI data centers. It's not like they're sharing the wealth. They're not. So this hurts them as an industry as much as it's hurting the consumers. So they should jump in the pool with Steam in this lawsuit along with whoever else is with them already. And jump in that. That's why I wonder if Xbox is planning on doing this. Because it was mentioned several times that the hardware is in a crisis right now. When you use the word crisis, that means your company is being strangleholded and they're feeling it and know that they need to do something else or they're not going to be able to keep developing. So this might, by osmosis, force Xbox to go with Steam once again to help push this lawsuit along. Because it needs to be such a bad lawsuit. What I mean bad is like damaging. This needs to be such a damaging and bad lawsuit against the RAM companies that it forces them to realize, whoa, we need to hit the brakes. Because they're about to take so much money out of us that it won't matter that we have these AI data centers. And then on top of that, politically, there's constantly been mentions lately by the presidency, our current presidency here in America, that there's going to be a massive crackdown on AI data centers. This means their precious scapegoat is about to go bye-bye. Because I've said it before too, these AI data centers, because they steal information, they manipulate American citizens, they create scams that steal money from America and American pockets, which takes away from the government. Because we're taxpayers, we pay our government, we pay our taxes, we keep our government going and help it do what it needs to for us. That's how that works. So because it's basically robbing America, they're not going to last too much longer before the hammer strikes them. Because like I said, the majority of these companies are not American-based companies that these AI data centers come from. Because there's nothing wrong with AI in itself. Because like I said, I'm an avid supporter for AI being disabled. Because AI for me is the future. Because since I can't do anything on my own, like I want us to properly, but I want to say that before I say this, I want us to get into things like Elon has tried to create in the future. He's had predicted with like, forget what his robot's called. Oh, which one was his? But either way, it's like with having robots and things like that that become more normalized to the point even someone like me can get one that will help me with stuff around the house, help take care of me as a disabled person, especially if I don't have someone else, like in my current situation we've talked about for my IRL. That would be an ultimate solution to that. But that's still not as far along enough for that to be fully a thing yet. But you know what's going to keep it from getting to that point? All these other systems that are stealing all this data, stealing all this money, keeping the things to themselves, also stealing governmental data, I would assume, too. This is why I also think there's a big crackdown coming, and why it keeps getting mentioned by our current administration here in America, that they're going to be doing this, is because I guarantee you it's affecting them, too. That there's some things that are being filtered and stolen and sent to enemies and rivals. Once again, when your companies aren't from the country that they're based in, and they're data center based, that's a huge problem. That's a breach of security, of national security even at that point. So it's like, it's a huge issue. But we'll wait till another comment comes in. We'll elaborate on anything else a little bit more if someone says something. But we do need to wrap it up here in a minute for now. We've talked probably for about an hour, I assume, after stopping gameplay. I did have a bad habit of that, but like I said, my PC's dead at the moment, which I can't afford to get a new one unless I do it by monthly basis. By a bi-monthly basis, basically. Because well, everything's too expensive. Now, mine would have to be, once again, another pre-built PC. Because I can't afford to get RAM. Well, now I can't afford anything, because now it's not going to be just RAM I'm going to have to get. I guarantee you it was either my motherboard or my CPU died on it. And because hardware's choked out everywhere now, CPUs have even gone through the roof. Can't afford that. And how expensive a CPU replacement would be for me, I'm better off paying monthly to buy a brand new PC. Excuse my language on that. But that's literally what it's become. Multiple industries are being chokeholded and strangled out for a select few. So I do think we're getting to that apex moment, that boiling point. Like, it's already been there, to be fair, but now it's reaching to the top of the pot, and you're seeing it start to seep out the lid. When it gets to that point, you're not too far off from an explosion. Oh, also, because there's one last little thing about what AIs are being used for, they're also being used to create fake videos that are pushing fake knowledge and fake narratives across the board on tons of stuff. They've already gotten some of them and gotten some of them in trouble because there were ones that were literally making shit up about science and shit, trying to teach people wrong things. Now tell me, does that sound like a friendly AI to you? Does that sound like something that benefits the country as a whole? Or is that a rival? Common sense. We're literally witnessing a new version. If I had to, I'm gonna say this very lightly. Now, I'm not saying the same people are involved in this, what I'm about to say. It could be completely different parties at this point. But it could be thousands at this point because of how easy it's gotten. But I feel like we are witnessing what would be considered for the modern times, probably in the future, when we look back on the past, you know, like we did ages ago. We're probably in an AI Cold War right now. We are witnessing a Cold War using AI. Because when you look at what it targets, what it does, what a lot of, especially ones that are from foreign nations and things like that, what their purposes are of these data centers, and the things that are being exposed coming out of some of them, the scams and things like that being made, it's a nasty thing. But I hate, and once again, I'm not going to say this for a fact, because I don't have all the numbers and all everything. No one really does. But I can guarantee you, just from common sense perspective alone, and what a lot of people have experienced firsthand in society right now, that we're in some sort of AI Cold War right now. That our rivals are using the new technology of AI to help hurt us. And I'll just edit it again. Oh, okay. What did you say, Seeley? I missed it. But either way, I'm gonna wait till Seeley posts what he was saying so I can read what he was trying to say. We need telecommunicated, encapsulated information, organized systems, or, gosh, Seeley, we can call it something else. Don't make me come down to Florida. I told you I will. I don't care what else do. I will get down there just to put a virus in that thing. Don't make me do it, Seeley. I see what you did there, that's why I didn't read it out loud. You should have said operating system instead of organized if you wanted to make that legit. But still, we're not doing that. We're not calling it that. We are not calling it that. And this tech will revolutionize the world, or not. As far as here said, Seeley, I will club you with a fat tail. We're not calling that. But in concept, though, you are right. But even though I've been delayed greatly in my life and the things I want to do, I do have some plans for something like that. And things I would like to concept and bring to forward in reality as I go forward in my life, if it's not too late, hopefully. Depends on how long it takes me to get away from the current IRL of things. It does make me sad, because every time I see stuff like this, or when I'm watching certain body cam videos, and Asmund makes the joke of, man, we need a politician to come in here and be like, we're done with all these, I'm gonna call them the nicest thing I can come up with my own term for this, goy boys. Or goy loopers, as they're called. Because that's also, and I know people don't, and this doesn't matter towards the choices that they make. When you make bad decisions, you deserve to be punished. But, from what I'm referencing, but I do think there is something to be said. I think a lot of these are stemming because of also related something to do with this AI issue going on. Like I said, having something personally that's happening personally in my life, as an example, I do think that what I mentioned earlier about a lot of these AI systems that are especially foreign ones that are creating these false narrative videos and fake things that push agendas and manipulate people is starting to break people's minds. And I do think that's why we're having such a average of, I hate to say it, low IQ. Now, I'm going to say across the board, not in any general area, because I have seen it in all of it, in each of the different parts of the spectrum of America. I do think that plays a bit into that, because like I said, AI is a great thing, but it is also a terrible thing depending on who is running it. Because if someone is using it to basically, now of course if someone's dumb enough to listen to it and not realize that's not true, that's also on them. But that being said, it also in some cases, just for safety's sake, society's sake, it also shouldn't be promoted at all. And what I mean by promoted is these little videos shouldn't exist at all for certain things that create false narratives, false science, false agendas, you name it, false beliefs. Like I've even seen ones that touch into religion now, tend to be about that, yet they're selling scam things on the side. Like I said, that's the only reason why I know this. Personal experience. Something going on in my IRL in life that I have sadly been unlucky enough to witness happen to someone that I care about. I'm not gonna say who and all that. We all are talking about all the stuff with my IRL in previous streams and things that were more focused on more in the future and what we're going to make changes rather than the actual subject itself. But yeah, I can tell you firsthand that it's a thing. And see, but our Nanteos will be a sweet around the world. A support system like techno-organic knowledge, artificial intelligence, or Tokai, just oh my goodness. The idea floods my brain with inspiration, Celia. But what makes me more upset is since you're ahead of me right now, because you're actually in college right now to do AI, once again, I love the concept. You are right about all of this, and something like that needs to be needed to regulate the system. An AI that basically regulates the other AIs. But goodness, I am not going to let you name it that. I will literally come down there. You'll see a company be born out of nowhere in Florida called Arnott Wayland. And I will create Father, the AI system, just to wreck that Teo. Now, Father will do the same thing your system is technically doing, but I'm still not calling it Teo, so just by happenstance, I will erase it from the server. Okay, J-O-Ray, it's plausible and pleasing, right, Marcyr? I will also make it initiate the... No. See, that's why you can't have that much power, Celia. You're already trying to name it Teo. No, I'm sorry, Celia. You can't have that much power. Let's go into your head already. Besides, I've already got several systems in mind that will run different portions of it, but they'll work in junction together. I call it the Three Brothers series, the Three Brothers set, which is based on my original concept of Jin, Anubis, and Azura. Now, Azura may have his name changed because the acronym for Azura is a little harder to come up with something that makes sense. So I may end up changing his name. Or its name. But Jin, he's the Justice one. The Justice Initiative Network. Justice Initiative Network. I can't talk. You got me so flustered with the damn thing. Justice Initiative Network. Anubis is the analytical, I'm trying to remember how I said what the N was. Analytical notation. No, hold on, there's something else. Because U is universal. Then it's a bipartisan system. Yeah, bipartisan intellectual system. And the reason why it's a bipartisan system is it'll have two redundant levels of it, hinting at the scales. But I've got the concepts in my mind. It's just the problem is I never even, because of my stupidity when I was young, never fully went down the road I should have. Hindsight's 20/20. I'm gonna make this joke. And I know Asmund has never seen my channel before, and may never see this, but I'm a bit late. If you've seen some of his body cam videos, you'll get the joke. I'm a bit late. Especially when it comes to, it's like, let's say because I also have an interest into getting into politics, getting into the system, and well, getting a part of the system. So I may become bigger at some point, and then later in my years, possibly become president. Not because I'm disabled and become, it's the first disabled president. No, I don't care about that. I could give two cruds about that. Yes, I will help to do some things that are still within reason that don't hurt the vast majority of the system and doesn't cause problems for the country as a whole. For the disabled, however, the main purpose of what I would run on is the improvement of the justice system and how it's handled. Especially with repeat customers. Because I'm tired of watching crazy lunatics who are liable to take out whole families in a spurt of craziness keep getting let out on the street. And it needs to be something dealt with on a level of, I don't know, maybe a bit of imperial slavery. And it's like, because it's like, when you see that, and a lot of people are starting to feel this way in general, so someone will probably beat me to the punch over, I'm hoping. Anyways, we need it. Badly. So I am hoping someone else also takes up these reins and does this as well. Because then I'll just vote for them. So they can do it. But, it's like, where my commissary? Where my, so you're a violent person who's done this 3 times already, which I still think even that's to a certain extent too much, especially depending on how heinous the crime is. There are some you should not even get a second chance at all, and I do mean not a blistering chance in your life should you get a second chance at some of them. But it's like, where my last pistol wielders at? It's like, we need a text optimized mode. Yes, there we go. Thank you, Farseer. I need to save that. Write that down, Farseer. Send it to me in Discord. I want to write that down. If for some reason I can't make 3 different versions, I'm going to call it that. Just for Seely's sake. Send that to me on Discord. The text optimized multi-model interactive media intelligence. That'd be good for the internet. But tell me. 100% Farseer. I love you took time to get that to work. Good on you on that. I'm fixing to. I'm about to end it. But anyways, I'm gonna get off here, chat, so we can still stream our other stream. I've also gotta use the bathroom again, so I'm gonna get off here for right now. I'm gonna go use the restroom, get some food in me, and then we're gonna start our surprise. In honor of Xbox's intelligence that they have regained with their brand new leadership under Asha. I think that's how you say her name. Hopefully I'm not saying it wrong, but we all know who I'm talking about. She is doing great things right now for Xbox that will probably save its life. As long as she keeps at it, make sure she sticks to her guns. And nothing else weird and surprising comes out of the weirdness. Comes out of the left field. Because right now everyone's on board. Everyone's like, yo, this lady knows what she's doing. Just hopefully it stays that way. So, in honor of that, we're gonna get some validation from my lore brain tonight. I finally got fully validated in my lore brain. You know how Resident Evil validated me, right? With Resident Evil's, with Leon and all that? And what happened with him, and totally not Wesker Reborn as his T-Move variant. I was kidding. I mean, he was technically, in my opinion, weaker in comparison. I mean, Leon almost bodied him with just an axe, and he took his hand off for a second, even though it healed. It's like, bro, and bro was sick. So, where Chris had to crush him with a boulder and a volcano. So, got validated in that one. Now we're gonna go get validated somewhere else. Thanks to Xbox's intelligence. So, and it is a DLC. But anyways, let's see what. Oh no, he's trying to ground air vector interface annihilator lapis. No, that one. Okay, everything until the lapis didn't kind of made sense. I think you're trying to stretch on that one too. Trying to stretch the Gavio one there a little bit. Just a little bit. Either way. He's trying to make it to counteract the Tomimi. But anyways, alright, I'm gonna get off here. Peace and love to everyone who watched in the background. Lapis is a mathematical... I know what it is, but I still think throwing that in with air vector and interface, that only makes sense if this was on a jet. Like if this was an AI on a jet specifically. Because your two of the words were air vector. Ground air vector, right? Like this sounds like something the Air Force would have, not really general populace or general AI management. But anyway. But alright, man. I'm gonna end it here. Like I said, I'm gonna go do what I gotta do. I hope everyone has enjoyed watching the stream for tonight. Or, excuse me, for the first one tonight. As soon as I get done eating, and I will be back on here. It'll be a little bit of a later episode, so expect it around 7:30 at the latest. Because it's almost 6 now. So. Wait. But anyways, alright. I hope to see y'all later on tonight for what we're going to be doing. You know, like I said, in honor of Xbox and everything going on. So, I'm going to be doing this on purpose. And they improved some of the gameplay mechanics even further on the way the game works as far as I can tell. Plus, they did bring back some of the things Farseer mentioned. There's some monkey barring going on a little bit. But because of something else it's also done, I forgive it. wholeheartedly. But anyways, I hope y'all enjoyed. Bye or not. And remember, Sealy deserves 500 licks. Yes, agreed. Until next time, peace and love, Sealy, peace and love, Farseer, and also big shout out to Wizard joining in tonight, and everyone watching in the background. I hope y'all all enjoyed the video. I see an employment in the data insights, an analytical matrix for operational network discovery. The other messages, my other JO messages. I don't see those messages. See, they don't know what you're talking about. Till next time. Peace and love, Sailor. Peace and love, Farseer. Hope y'all all enjoyed. And that last one also made me smile, Farseer. I saw that last one. Until next time, or until tonight. Hopefully to see y'all in that one. Hope to see you all tonight. Peace and love, everyone. Bye.